You, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to the second SEZ German Jewelry Conclave 2025, organized by German Jewelry Export Promotion Council, as we all know, the apex body of German jewelry in India. We extend our gratitude to our partners for their support. Platinum partners, Platinum Guild International, Diamond partners, SGL, and co-partners, Senco Gold and Diamonds and Almus. Today we gathered here to explore the future of Indian exports through three key drivers: technology, branding, and investment. This conclave serves as a platform to foster innovation, build global competitiveness, and create a roadmap for the next phase of growth in the German jewelry sector. We are honored to have with us some of the most esteemed leaders and visionaries from the industry. To formally commence today's event, I would like to invite our distinguished dignitaries on the dais for the lamp lighting ceremony. I request all the guests to please step forward. Dr. Anna Balagan, IAS Principal Secretary, Industries Department, Government of Maharashtra, along with Shri Kirit Bansali, Chairman, GJEPC, Shri Shaunak Parekh, Vice Chairman, GJEPC, Shri Suvankar Sen, former convener, SEZ Managing Director, Senco Gold and Diamonds, and Shri Sabyasachi Ray, the Executive Director, GJEPC. Please join us for the lamp lighting. Requesting Colin Sir, Colin Shah and Mr. Adil Kotwal to also join us. Thank you, gentlemen. Now to extend a formal welcome, I'd like to hand over to our chairman, GJEPC, to address the audience. A respected leader in the Indian diamond and jewelry industry, Mr. Bansali brings years of expertise and a strong vision to the sector. As the new chairman of GJEPC, he is committed to driving the German jewelry industry to new heights. He also serves as chairman of India Jewelry Park, Mumbai, and a committee member of the Bharat Diamond Board. He is a partner at Smithal Gems, a leading diamond manufacturing company in Mumbai. His past contributions include serving as vice chairman of GJPC and chairman of the Indian Institute of German Jewelry. Beyond business, he actively engages in social, political, and educational initiatives, further strengthening the industry's ecosystem. Please join me in welcoming Shri Kirit Bansali. I'd request all our dignitaries to kindly step forward to the dais and have a seat while the chairman gives his address.
let it be. अरे पानी नहीं गिरा था. Ask somebody to clean. Ask somebody to clean.
No, sir.
No issue.
Photographer ने कहा है.
Take a tissue paper. एक tissue paper देना.
It's including in the photograph.
Dr. P. N. Malagan, Principal Secretary, Government of Maharashtra. C. Colin Shah, Head of the Working Group, Bharat Ratnam Mega CFC. C. Suvankar Sen, Managing Director, Senco Gold and Diamonds. C. Sabyasachi Ray, ED JJPC. Vice Chairman, C. Sonak Parikh. Members from the trade, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon and a warm welcome to the second SEZ Gem and Jewellery Conclave held at the prestigious Bharat Ratnam Mega CFC, a shining milestone of India's journey to empower the gem and jewellery sector with advanced technological support. Today's seminar highlights three key pillars for the growth of exports: technology, investment and branding. Today's discussion should not merely be limited to the room, but go beyond and create a wake-up call for the entire sector, as the industry is going through very challenging times. The recent mutual tariff announced by USA has added the difficulties, while ongoing challenges such as shifting customer preferences, geopolitical concerns, sanctions, and supply chain disturbance have significantly impacted exports. The need of the hour is to adopt a forward-looking approach that will not only help us navigate these challenges, but also position India as a global leader in the times to come. Today, technology is no longer just a supporting element. It is the core driver of progress in the businesses. I am happy to share that the India Center for Lab-Grown Diamond, LGD, IIT Chennai, is developing Made in India CVD and HPST equipment within the next 3 years. Bharat Ratnam Mega CFC stand as a testament to India's commitment to technological advancement in the gem and jewelry sector. This state-of-art facility is providing cutting-edge jewel tech services, empowering jewelry manufacturers with the latest tools and technologies to enhance quality, perfection, and productivity. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Commerce and Industry Minister C. Piyush Goyal ji for his visionary leadership and gifting this invaluable asset to the industry. A special appreciation goes to DC Chiefs, Colin Shah, along with Adil Kotwal, Neville Tata, and Bobby Kothari for their outstanding leadership in driving this mega project from concept to completion. Today, Bharat Ratnam Mega CFC is a game changer, adding values to the entire jewelry manufacturing ecosystem. GJPC, with the support of the Maharashtra government, is setting up the first of its kind jewelry park in Mahape, New Mumbai, which will include common facility centers offering the latest technologies, labs, institutes, and other support service all under one roof. Today, we have Dr. P. N. Malagan with us, who has been associated with the Jewelry Park project since its foundation. Sir, your efforts have been commendable, and we sincerely appreciate your continued support all throughout. I sincerely thank Sri Dipender Singh Khosawat, Development Commissioner, for providing single window clearance for government approval under the Maitri policy and approving a stamp duty waiver for Jewelry Park, Mumbai. Can I have some water, please? The success of this project depends on the support of our industry players, their willingness to adapt and embrace advanced technologies and transform their businesses. Another critical areas requiring attention is branding, which plays a vital role in maintaining top-of-mind awareness for Indian jewelry industry among global customers. Indian jewelry is celebrated for its outstanding craftsmanship. But in the global marketplace, perfection is key. It is essential to reposition India not merely as a sourcing hub, but as a creator of high quality products that align with customer preferences. This transformation can be achieved through collective industry efforts, focus on promoting India's design excellence, quality assurance, and sustainable practices. Investment is another critical pillar. To unlock the untapped export potential, we need both domestic and foreign investments. To upgrade technology, promote R&D, and create globally competitive products. India has a significant export potential estimated at 70 billion US dollar, with approximately 35 billion US dollars remaining untapped. To fully realize this potential, SEZ can play a crucial role. These SEZs are export-oriented units featuring advanced manufacturing capabilities, a supportive ecosystem, and a skilled labor force. Currently, SEZ's contribution approximately 8 billion US dollars, representing about 20% of India's gem and jewelry sector, a figure that could be doubled if we adapt to the transformation taking place in the global market. Today's conclave is a step towards crafting a robust strategy to embrace these three pillars. With the continued support of the government, our industry partners, and the skilled workforce that forms the heart of this sector, I am confident that India will emerge stronger, more competitive, and future ready. Let's work together to shape a bright future where India's gem and jewelry industry continues to shine on the global stage. Looking forward to a productive and magnificent discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to now request our chairman, GJPC, to kindly felicitate our chief guest, Dr. P. Annabalagan, IAS Principal Secretary, Industries, Department, Government of Maharashtra. So. We shall now make the best of having all the esteemed dignitaries on the desk, and we are unveiling the white paper from the recently concluded Vairam workshop organized by India Center for Lab-Grown Diamonds, IIT Madras, along with GJPC, supported by Ministry of Commerce and Government of India. All right, everyone, let's hear a round of applause. With that, it's now my privilege to invite our chief guest, Dr. P. Annabalagan, IAS Principal Secretary, Industries Department, Government of Maharashtra, to deliver the keynote address. Dr. Annabalagan, an officer of Indian Administrative Service from the 2001 Maharashtra cadre, is currently serving as the Secretary, Industries Department, Government of Maharashtra, with a distinguished career spanning over 24 years. He has played a pivotal role in shaping Maharashtra's individual landscape through policy formulation, investment facilitation, and driving economic growth. an alumnus of Madras Veterinary College and a postgraduate in dairy from the National Dairy Research Institute, Karnal, Dr. Anna Balagan has held several key positions, including Chairman and Managing Director of Maharashtra State Power Generation Company Limited, overseeing India's largest state power generation utility with a capacity of 13,220 megawatts. He has also served as CEO of Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporation, Joint CEO of MIGC, Member Secretary of the Maharashtra Pollution Control Board, and has held administrative roles in Solapur, Karnad, Nandurbar, and Ahmednagar. Under his leadership, Maharashtra is set to reclaim its position at the top destination of the foreign direct investment, further solidifying its status as India's international industrial powerhouse. Please join me in welcoming Dr. P. Anna Balagan for his keynote address. All yours, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. First of all, my apologies for coming late. The session is there, and also a couple of meetings and Mumbai traffic, so apologies from my side. Kirit bhai, Saurak ji, Suankat ji, Sabhyasa ji, and all my friends from Gems and Jewelry. So warm welcome, and also wishing you all the success for these 2 days celebrations. Colin bhai is also here. I'll be more informal in interacting with you, if like that makes sense. But before that, I'll also pitch for what exactly the union government, federal government, and the state is also aiming, looking at maybe another 20 years, Viksit Bharat, developed India 2047. So we have I would say, very big target of literally it's a quite big target from 3 trillion to 30 trillion. You just extrapolate, you just visualize what is the percentage, what is the 2-digit numbers we should be looking at growth of in each and every sectors. So we all know Maharashtra being the driver, growth engine of the state, and we all know this is the first export processing zone of the country, SEZ, Santa Cruz Electronics and Export Processing Zone. So probably the electronics also is another sector we are looking at, but looking at the employability and employment intensive, really gems and jewelry sector is going to make really big things to turn around. And Maharashtra with leading FDI, if we put some numbers, because everyone is quite happy with the numbers. If you look at really FDI inflow in this year, basically 2024-2025, the first quarter figures, the state could garner around 52% of the total FDI into the state, roughly close to around 70,000 crores. This is what the number. And with Bharat, with India, we also aim to become $1 trillion economy. We also the first to cross 15 billion USD, the subnational entity, and we are also now with, you can say, the bigger city economies of the world. We are also part of that club. So maybe in another 4 or 5 years, we should be crossing the 1 trillion. For that, again, we need a quite 13 to 14% growth. So gems and jewelry is going to be a cornerstone of that. So we all see typically anything in the country is 10 to 15% comes from the state. And Mumbai and MMR being the growth driver, and we are going to contribute much more with JNPT, with Vadwan coming up. Probably, I think, we are going to steal the show among all other brother and sister states. So we have seen just a lot of things, and lot of water has been flowed down on what exactly the state did during the WEF 2025. Close to around 182 billion USD. That was the volume and value of the investments intentions we signed. If you translate into INR, it's close to around 16 lakh crore. And it was the biggest by any entity, being a national or a subnational, anywhere outside the country. So that was the support, and I would say that was the momentum, ecosystem, environment is creeping in the state of Maharashtra. And there's a sea change in an approach towards an investment. And gems and jewelry are all veteran. So still, we say even if you look at the country's GDP, will be close to 7.5 to 8% we cater. And if you also look at Maharashtra's GDP, it's like roughly around 7.5 to 8. It's a big number, almost like close to around 10%. So looking at the export and being JNPT, if you look at the export, close to around 47% of the gems and jewelry exports for 2023 valued at 15 billion is through JNPT and through Maharashtra. So that is what the value of potential, and we are looking at when you another 4-5 years, we are looking at a potential of 70 billion USD, which like Kirit Bhai was mentioning, there's a lot of things are untapped. Looking at the highlights, if I say really where our exports go, being of course the big brother United States is there, then you have Hong Kong, UAE, Belgium, all that, and quite see with apparel, textile, this is also one of the like garment, this is also one of the sector where it can absorb lot of skill set, like lot of employment. Even like Maharashtra, close to around 4 lakh people, maybe it's a direct employment, we are getting into that. So lot of clusters, not necessarily like only, I would say you also like you go to Kagal, you have like a silver and related. So lot of things are happening. So you were like GJEPC, the Export Promotion Council also hosts so many national and international level shows. NEC, Goregaon Park, even I attended a couple of that. And this particular infra, CFC, I was told that it was done in 17 months, but I stand corrected, it was 14 months with a record time. It did really commendable work by all my like brother and sister colleagues with the Export Promotion Council. And we also signed an MOU with the Export Promotion Council for all the cooperation. And typically, Mahape Gansoli, we have the global park coming up, close to around 2 billion USD, almost 15,000 crore investment is we are looking at. I am really privileged and blessed and also happy, and I also can put the collar that I am part of that, because this was pending for a long time. Because moment you ask for a land, you pay in advance and you take the land. That in a place like Navi Mumbai, where an acre goes for 60 crore. Acre goes for 60 crore. This is a rate. Then hectare goes for almost close to around 100 to 150 crore. Ek gunta, ek crore. Ha ek Navi Mumbai's basic thumb rule hai. Thari, just ask Sabyasachi, Kirit Bhai, Colin, and also Pramod ji was also that time. Pramod Bhai the Jaipur ka. So he was the chairman at the time. So it was pending for a long time. I made it a point that I understood its importance and the value it is going to create. It's going to create close to around 5 billion turnover, maybe once it is operationalized, maybe one of the world's largest single vertical gems and jewelry park. So I don't know, कितने 5 साल दिए मैंने आपको? Even my minister was asking, but wherever I come with some specific purpose, we always say, we all in Tamil we say, kaiye laga se vaayila dosa. Basically, say, you should give a money, then you will get whatever you want to that. Here, we are given the advance possession, and we are also onboarding some of the contractors we were there. And even in fact, I went on to give them some consultant who will all do troubleshoot, who will all navigate through government. And even now, Sabyasachi met, I need another 4 months, 5 months. I said, without looking into the paper, I said, given, because this is going to create a lot of value. Maybe with Israel, China, Hong Kong coming up, then we should be also having a world-class thing. And really, it's going to make a big thing. And we also look for industrial housing for the workers, with the workmen, or in particularly who are going to work in that global gems and jewelry park. We can also associate with MIDC, and maybe we can do an FE, or maybe MADA. We can also go for a housing complex in 3rd Mumbai. With now all is going to be connected through metro, probably we should go. So what are the challenges? Like maybe there are like 4-5 countries where our dominant export goes. That's what like Sabyasachi said, the moment something happens in West or far West, again our output or our export becomes an issue. So exploring the new markets and mitigating the risk, this is one thing. I've been closely associated with this for a long time, though I don't wear any piece of metal in my body as a principal. And I'm seeing most of them don't wear any metal except for Suvankar Saab, he has some 4-5 rings. So I don't wear any metal, but lot of precision has come in this, not necessarily in instrumentation, but also in jewelries. If you go to Zurich, if you go to France, if you look at there, like they're all 18 karat thing. Lot of precision work comes. So now you have a 3D print. See, when you look at a scale-up operation, then there you bring in a technology, like you have a 3D printing, you have a lot of digital tools for signing, and you want AI, machine learning. You also need to chip in these inputs into the thing. Here it is more of a like conversion. Most of the Karagir used to be from Bengal. Is it that? Most of them, because their handwork, their minute work is very known for. So we should also embrace the change, like which we should be accepting it. Otherwise, we will miss the race, or maybe we will finish second, third. So I like and I wish our team and our industry to finish first. Certain things for ease of doing business. One thing which we were like mentioning, we were like looking at when we are looking at that Mahape Jewelry Park. It should be given a mega project status. Zala ki nahi, Hazur? Zala na? So all those units, they may not qualify as a individual unit. Suppose you have 500 units, in an individual unit, look at their investment will be about 30 crore, 40 crore, 15 crore. They may not qualify as a mega project where you will be, if you are for a local sale, you will get all the GST refunds, everything. Here we made it as a complex, so any output from this particular, any custom board or any output is considered for a single entity. So that is what the government has given us, quite a big leverage, so that we should be able to make use. We are also trying to bring in more homely, I would say, you feel at home. I also feel very difficult, anybody who, if you ask anyone, whether you will be willing to go to any government office, Kunala se vichala government office jayala avadta, if anyone like. If your father is there, of course you can go for maybe to take a pocket money, but I am asking. But generally not, because an attitude, basically fiefdom, feudal. So that is we are going to change with Honorable Chief Minister, ease of doing business, and Honorable Prime Minister says more of governance, less of government. So these two words really going to catch up. And Maitri, you know, Maitri is like the name was coined by me when I was a joint show, long back, 2013-14. Maitri, it has long, like it's an acronym, it has like Maharashtra, Facilitation of Industry, Investment, all that. But Maitri is more like friend. You be a friend, you will assist, you will facilitate in their all onboarding of their, like whatever landing of their investment. So Maitri 2.0 portal, we are going to integrate all the services. And the state also has come up with a Single Window Act, which provides for a in principle approval for investment worth 50 crore and above. So you don't require any environmental clearance. For all the works where the investment is going to be more than 50 crore, the government, like particularly Maitri, will give you a single approval. It's more called like a master permit. And before you commission your project, you get all your approvals. That comes in like more like course of your business. You don't wait for someone, it's more of an LOI, letter of intent or letter of award, and you start constructing, you start making building, even there you start bringing in your equipments, instruments. So that is what we are looking at. This is one thing which is going to really change the way in which businesses are going to be facilitated. This is one thing. Second, there is also a provision which we are going to strongly implement, which again it has a legal backing, deemed approvals. So every services which will be helping to onboard the business, to commission, to do a quick COD, then you will have a certain timelines, and all the most of the approvals are also being like notified under Right to Services Act. So there is a legal backing, Right to Services Act. See, if somebody is not giving an approval, there is a central committee with Development Commissioner Industries for non-MIDC area and the CEO MIDC for the MIDC area, who will be approving all the approvals, whether it is a load sanction, whether it is a MPCB consent, whether it is a building plan approval, everything, whether it is like your GST. So this is what we are looking at. It's going to be a long way, and we need your assistance, and feel free to also communicate to us. And typically, we are also going to start an office outside the Mantralaya so that the investors also will come and do. Probably Invest Maharashtra, which has been already announced, the GR is been issued. So probably we will have a much bigger establishment which is outside Mantralaya, which will be like facilitating investors to come. And we will be like more online than to be offline. And also we want people not to come to office, and we want to facilitate. With these words, we'll wish you all the success. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you so much, sir. Those inspiring words and your support to the industry indeed shows. With that, we conclude the inaugural session and move towards our discussions for the day. Before we move to the sessions, I would like to just inform all our guests that the speakers would be taking questions offline, maybe because we'll probably lag back in time. So to make the best of it, we shall move from one session to another, and your questions you can connect to the speakers offline or maybe after the end of all the speakers. Thank you. Technology making G&J sector future ready. As we navigate through an evolving industry landscape, technology has become a game changer, driving efficiency, precision, and innovation in jewelry manufacturing and testing. This session brings together leading experts who will take us through the latest advancements from platinum recycling and 3D printing to cutting-edge diamond testing. Without further ado, let's begin our first topic. It's my privilege to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Debashish Bhattacharya, a highly accomplished metallurgist with over 30 years of experience in precious metal recovery and refining, a graduate of Jabalpur University and a diploma holder from IIM Calcutta. He has led pioneering initiatives at MMTC, PAMP, Valcambi, and Hindustan Copper. Currently, as Technical Director at Covalence, India, he is spearheading the development of a non-aqua regia process for platinum group metal recycling, advancing sustainable practices in the industry. For this topic, platinum group metal recycling, join me in welcoming Dr. Debashish Bhattacharya.
Hello. Good afternoon, the Principal Secretary, sir, GJPC committee members, and all who have spared your valuable time to come here and giving us opportunity to speak. Thank you very much. Now, when we're talking about the future technology, the first question comes is, why are you talking about PGM refining? What is there? Because most of our export is in gold, silver, so why are you talking about PGM? Okay. The entire PGM scenario in the world has suddenly changed in the last 15, 20 years, not only from the aspect of making jewelry, but also from criticality point. Globally, it has been recognized as this PGM group, especially platinum and iridium, as critical metal. India government, the Ministry of Energy and the Ministry of Mining has also classified it under critical metal because, number one, of the risk of supply, India, like many other country, do not produce mined PGM. It is entirely dependent on import and recycling. And the risk is, the criticality adds to it because the risk is you entirely depend on two countries, South Africa and Russia. So that's why it is a global risk, and hence combination of this limited supply and import dependency has made it a critical group of metals, especially platinum and iridium. So, when a country is completely dependent on import but wants to grow in terms of quality output industrially, also jewelry, then the quality of the metal has to be good. Is it? No. We are not at all doing good refining in India. It is a rare commodity, almost none, except one LPPM member, London Platinum and Palladium market, only one member is there in India now. There is none. So hence, the quality that we deal with is very bad. It's a harsh word, but the fact is that it's bad. And we have to improve. Recycling has to improve, the quality has to improve. Hence, this subject we considered to take up because it needs utmost importance, and we need to focus and learn how to go about it. So PGM refining, let's begin. Okay. Can I move on? What is PGM? It consists of 6 metals. Ruthenium, I'll speak in order. The order means in the periodic table on the right, you see, I'm speaking in that order. The aquamarine colored green, they are the PGM. Ruthenium, rhodium, palladium, osmium, iridium, and platinum. These are the 6. Now, if you see, very close to it is gold and silver. So wherever it is there, it is very likely that you will also get gold and silver. They tend to remain with each other. And this 6 group, they lie in the part of the periodic table. It is called D block, where it is very difficult to make them chemically get dissolved or make them excited so that they can go into any chemical reaction. That's why they don't react, and that's why it is very difficult to refine them. Now, looking at some of the properties which makes it a very good industrial group, its main application is industry. It is heavy. Most of them are heavy. Some of them are in the range of 12.5, while some of them are in the range of 21 plus. It is very resistant to wear, very hard, especially rhodium, iridium, platinum, palladium, of course, are not so hard, but rhodium, iridium, osmium, they are very hard. They are very resistant to wear. It doesn't get eroded. If you do a plating, it is not easy to take it off. It has very good corrosion and chemical resistance. It doesn't react. It doesn't corrode. So if you make something, the property remains intact. It can be used for years. Even at high temperature, the quality of the temperature coefficient of expansion or the conductivity, they are very stable. It's not that I use and I find that there is a problem. Okay, for example, most of the thermocouples are made of platinum and rhodium because it doesn't show that erratic behavior at high temperature. That's called consistency. It's stable. And for the same stability, we use so much palladium in all our electronic circuits, integrated boards, computer hard drives, whatever you say, you will find palladium. And that is one of the leading source of palladium, the E-West. Okay? And these are the few important properties. There are many which makes this PGM group unique and of course adds to the difficulty also for the refining. If we have a mapping of the sector-wise application, we find that it's an old figure, but the figure hasn't changed much. Majority is used in automobiles. Almost 60 to 70% in automobiles, around 10% in jewelry, 10% in chemicals, while the rest are between electronics, investments, glass, medical, petroleum. Okay? But the majority is in automobile industry. It's because this industry, this material helps in cleaning the atmosphere. When we drive anything, any fuel-driven matter, engine, car, it dissociates the fossil fuel we use, diesel, petrol, coal. It generates NOx, sulfur dioxide, SO2, NOx. What this platinum group does, they act as catalysts. What are catalysts? Catalysts are elements which goes into the reaction, helps in the reaction, but doesn't participate. So when it doesn't participate, its property doesn't change, but it changes the purpose. That means suppose we have NOx coming from the exhaust. So this platinum, palladium, rhodium, it will divide the NOx into N2 and O2. So the nitrogen goes out and the oxygen goes out, which is not at all harmless, neutral. But if the NOx goes out, it is very harmful. So this is the role that they play when we go about their usage. That's why the major usage is automobile, and it is increasing. It is increasing because of the green hydrogen for the decarbonization, and also the fuel cell economy, the EV vehicles that we see. This is increasing the application of platinum and iridium, and there is a demand-supply gap which is yawning. It is increasing. More we require than what we produce, and this gap is going to increase. So that's why when the mine supply is not increasing, while your demand is increasing, you have to improve and increase your recycling. So hence, the refining and recycling must be done with purpose and with clarity. Some of the applications, automobile, electronics, medical. Medical is a big field. We'll use a lot of things in the cancer treatment drugs, in your stents that we use for angioplasty, and then your stents we put in eyes and other various applications. They use, a lot of uses there in medical, Okay, the fuel cells, the turbine blades, electronics, whatever you see in industry, it is very difficult to say that there is no PGM. Okay? Now, what are the sources? That is the worry. That the mine production is 72% from 2 countries in the world. We are entirely dependent on South Africa and Russia. Okay? And the rest are coming from the other area, auto catalyst scrap, electrical scrap, and jewelry scrap. So if you see that while the mine production is dependent and it is not coming, but the demand is increasing. So that means these are the other sources from where we have to collect more, and we have to refine them correctly, so that while doing the application of these PGMs, we don't lose much metal. Otherwise, what efforts we have taken have not been properly utilized. Now, initially the metal is recovered from the mines, it is around 3 to 5 grams per ton. And then from it is fed into the precious metal refinery, where it can range from 30 to 50% purity, depending on the economics of that refinery. Then comes the precious metal refining part, where you really go up to the 4 nines. There are 3 technologies which are mainly used: pyrometallurgy, hydrometallurgy, and biometallurgy. Pyrometallurgy means application of thermal processes. Hydrometallurgy means leaching, chemical reactions, precipitations, and etc. etc. We'll elaborate as we go. While biometallurgy means use of bacteria to eat, and then finally we extract from them. Not a very popular process, not an economical process too. The main two are pyro, and out of that, hydro is the main process which is applied globally. And it can be further. There are three processes: dissolution and precipitation, which is a normal process used by aqua regia. Then there is a ligand exchange, which we call substitution. Some of the applications are there in aqua regia. And the last one is an anion exchange, which is hardly used by anybody here. Okay? But true refining technologies have developed, and it is using mainly the last two, how to use that by understanding the chemistry better. Let us look at a simple flow diagram. We have a complicated state where we have silver, we have gold, where we have platinum, palladium, osmium, iridium, ruthenium, everything together. It's a complicated state. The first we have to remove, we have to do a pre-treatment, which we normally don't know to do, how to do, or we don't do. Maybe that's ignorance, and maybe we don't want to take the risk. That's how to remove the zirconia and the silica. Mainly it is from the crucible that we use. Okay? If you don't remove this, these oxides are going to make your metal brittle. When you use for casting or you do rolling, you will find cracks, you will find holes, and then you will either reject or you will try to do repairs, which is mostly not possible in case of platinum, and you ultimately have more losses, and your whole economy is gone for a toss. I priced it at this, my losses are more, what to do? So the pre-treatment is very important. You have to do a pre-treatment. Then you have to remove the silver first. So you have to remove the silver very carefully, not by jumping into aqua regia. Just straight directly don't go, or don't use silver, nitric acid directly. Use it cautiously by understanding the chemistry. The silver is removed. It will be removed as this oxidized salt. And when the silver is removed, you will also lose some palladium, which you have to take into account and you have to recover later on. Then you remove the gold. Okay? The gold can be done in various ways. The simplest way is precipitation method. Okay? And then you purify the gold to your desired purity. It will contain some platinum. That platinum, so depending on up to which grade you want to do, you have to go on purification once or twice, depending on your skills, depending how you approach it. And then you can get a good gold. Then comes the base metal. What are the base metals? Because in most of the things we will get some sort of copper, some cobalt, maybe some nickel you won't get in this. But other base metals like zinc, they need to be removed, because if they are present, they will make your metal of, you will have a lot of issues when you go into the casting unknowingly. Okay? So the base metal is treated. Now the base metal gets removed. And when it is removed, it will contain some traces of the PGMs which needs to be recovered. And then comes the ruthenium and osmium removal. The ruthenium and osmium can be removed in a highly oxidizing conditions. They are very, very stable. They don't want to react. They have to be oxidized, excited, so that they exchange ions, and then you separate them only in their gaseous state. You can only remove them in their gaseous state. And that's quite a complicated process. So once osmium and ruthenium gone, they behave similarly. You have got into rhodium and iridium. This rhodium and iridium are like twins. They behave similarly. So there you use a separation process where you get the rhodium and iridium as salt, and then you further purify them. Finally, you are left with some PD and PT, palladium and platinum. Then the bulk palladium is precipitated off. You take that PD for purification, and it's a easier metal to handle at that stage. You can get very good purity at one shot. Then comes finally the PT, which we mostly use and mostly export. That PT, you have to first do an initial dissolution. That will be around 95% purity. that 95% purity has to be redissolved and retreated to get to 549 plus purity, which is the global standard. So as you can understand, this is very complex. And everywhere you have to use suitable combination of chemicals to get something out, something not out. That means it will remain in solution. Somewhere you have to use a gaseous state, somewhere you have to use a liquid state. Okay? So all this makes this process a very, very tricky process, not simple aqua regia, which we normally do. And everywhere you see, most of the cases where you see, except the PD, you will get contamination. That means it has some PGMs. And if you allow it, that means your entire processing losses will go up. So you have to recover. That has to be taken into the cost. Now in the refining page, if you see just a glimpse of this, silver is easily removed. Gold remains along with, it can be separated by ion exchange or by selective precipitation. But when you precipitate gold, you are likely to get petty. There's nothing to worry about. But you have to use the correct method in the second time so that the second time it doesn't happen. The same thing, same chemicals cannot be used. So you need to know the chemistry well, that which chemical to be used when. First stage, what? Second stage, what? The base metals are used by substitution. That means by just adding one or two chemicals, it's relatively easier how to, because the base metals react very easily. So they can easily get separated. And while the rest, the other metals, they have to be highly oxidized and in a very selective manner, so that one remains in solution, one falls down, one gets into the gaseous stage. Okay. Ruthenium and osmium, it forms gas. And finally, you have to get to more than 999 purity. Osmium, we are not much bothered about. It doesn't have much. But at least the ruthenium, we have substantial quantity in our alloy. The iridium and rhodium salts, they have to be treated by ligand exchange. That's a substitution method we have to use to separate them. And once all these are done, we can get palladium to greater than 397 purity. Until and unless you get to 397 purity, the global benchmark is not achieved. It's not acceptable. The best standards in the world do not accept any palladium which is less than 397. If it is 49, very good, and it is achievable. Okay. Then the platinum, and the platinum also must be around 395 minimum, if not 49, which is the global standards. I don't think we normally get this platinum here because we don't have the access to the technology. Okay. Now, a small comparison between aqua regia and non-aqua regia. Aqua regia is 3 parts of hydrochloric acid and 1 part of nitric acid. It is randomly used for gold, platinum, and etc. Okay. The capex cost is low. The PGMs like ruthenium, iridium, rhodium are almost not dissolved. They are not attracted by aqua regia. So if you have an alloy with ruthenium, it will not get dissolved. So we will not be able to separate. Okay. The PD will go with the silver chloride. So it will be, you will find it a challenging task to separate the PD. The platinum, it has happened many times that you start attacking platinum directly with aqua regia. It can happen that it can go in a form of very stable nitrate and you cannot separate it. You cannot separate it. That means it's a complete loss. It forms such a complex, and some of them, we have a prevalent that we practice, we use urea to drive the NOx. If you are using urea to drive off your NOx from aqua regia when platinum is there, you are surely going to make a stable nitrate. You cannot remove, you will not be able to recover that platinum. I have seen many companies who have tons and tons of liters of solution holding where they don't know what to do. It is not possible. It has gone into a complex state. Okay. Yeah. The nitric acid consumption is very high in aqua regia process, and getting to over 99.8% purity I don't think it's consistently it's possible with aqua regia. Okay. Now, what to do? The next is we go into process where without aqua regia, that means we use some other oxidizing media. The capex is high, no doubt about that, but everything will get dissolved. PD will remain in solution as I showed in the flow sheet, and you can later on recover it. PT will remain in solution. No nitric acid. Though this classical method is a little lengthy, but with use of molecular recognition technology and anion technology, the TAT has significantly reduced, and delivering greater than 9995 is the global norms. If you are not producing, that means you will not be able to sell if you are a seller, and if you are using in your production, you are meant to have a mess. And just see how many complexes are formed when a chloridic medium, that means we are using a chloridic medium which is the most used medium. We use chloride, either HCl or anything, any other chloride, and you see so many complexes are formed. They all exist together. So when such a similar things are existing together, you have to understand the chemistry well and selectively play what to use, when to use, to get one after the another. Okay? And these are all some stable in their state, in a soluble state. That's why use of chloridic media is the most popular method in hydrometallurgy. Okay. Now this is how it behaves. Just to make it much more, it's called substitution kinetics. That means what will substitute another. We call it a ligand process. If you see on the right, that's Ag. Ag stands for silver. If you see it's 10 to the power 4 or 10 to the power 6, this 4 and 6 are all positive numbers. While if you go to osmium or ruthenium, it's 10 to the power minus 5 and 10 to the power minus 6, just antagonistic to each other. So when this is plus, it separates easily. That's why as soon as you put into a chloridic media, the silver separates because it is 10 to the power 4. Okay, that's called substitution kinetics. Okay, the more higher the positive value, easier to get. The more negative, it's very difficult. That's why osmium and ruthenium cannot be separated easily. Platinum also separation is not easy. It tends to remain and causes contamination. There is a term called redox. Many of you are from chemical field. Redox means how do you exchange electrons? Okay, and when you exchange electrons in a chemical, for a chemical reaction to happen, there is a voltage generated. It's like a small imaginary galvanic cell. So when you have, say for example, let's take the case of palladium, platinum. Okay, if you see that whoever is having a higher value, that means say ruthenium 1.4, okay, silver is having 0.74. Whoever is having a less value is more reactive. It will exchange electrons more quickly and it will form a complex. It's much more easier. But ruthenium, its value is over 1. It's not easy. It's a simple, I'm giving you a much more simpler. So what is the meaning of that? That when all of them are forming a solution and having same chloridic state, you must know which compound to use so that one forms, one gets down and one remains in solution. You have to precipitate one by one. Okay, so the selection of the chemical is very important. Zirconia and silica, they require special treatment before dissolution. It's a special treatment where you might require a combination of pyro and hydro processes. Okay, if present, you will have lots of issues in your casting as well as your fabrication. Okay, silver needs to be completely removed from PGMs, otherwise it will make it brittle and dark. If you are not using aqua regia, you will lose platinum if you are not using it correctly. gold and platinum gets mixed. So when you are separating them, don't repeat the same chemicals. Use it correctly. Which to use first, which to use second. You must know. Okay? Ruthenium and osmium, you must not try to remove by yourself. You must have a hand holding. Otherwise, these are not easy and not recommended. Okay? If your rhodium is contaminated, then you will not get correct plating. Your plating will be compromised and your piece will not look good. Analytical facility has to be very, very accurate. And ICP MS run properly with proper standards, calibration. Without them, you cannot run such refining. Don't attempt it. Now, why we are talking about all this? Because we need a facility where the scrap, I'm sorry, it's a gold scrap. By mistake, we have put it. It's a platinum such scrap. It has, when you recycle, the same can be used to make these products which you are using every day. And that can be done here. We need not import. Now we are importing completely. All these grains, plating solutions, powder for 3D printing, which is the future, they can be done here. We need not depend on import, which we are doing now. I'm not saying we will stop import, make it zero, but we can reduce significantly if we know, if a facility is there who can help us. That's circular economy, and that's where CFC has a huge role, because they are providing this facility, where you set up and you provide the jewelry. Such things are not to be done or attempted even by the jewelry people. Their jewelry is, because it's tricky. So get it through a facility who will serve you with this metal, such alloys and etc., and be at comfort with your jewelry production. In India, it's still very scarce, as I said. Only one LPPM is certified facility is there who is catering only the catalyst market. Okay? They're big, they're really big in their terms. PGMs, mainly platinum and iridium, are critical metals and need to understand that we cannot waste it. We need to understand the importance, and we need to focus how do we do a good refining by secondary recycling. And third, okay, recycling of scrap hence is assuming increasing significance. We have to do it responsibly, because if you simply go on doing aqua regia where you don't get good product, at the same time you say that you are dealing with so much nitric acid and generating NOx, that's not a responsible refining. So my request is, please go into PGM chemistry, PGM refining with caution, take help, and then approach it in a much more scientific manner so that we make a better world and we make India less dependent on import. Thank you very much.
For that, I'd like to request Mr. Adil Kotwal to kindly please step forward and felicitate our speaker. Mr. Kotwal, GJEPC's SEZ Core Group member, to kindly felicitate Ms. Dr. Debachis Bhattacharya. Dr. Bhattacharya, requesting you to please step forward. Thank you, Mr. Kotwal. That will take us to our next topic, casting, stamping, and tubing in platinum. Precision is key when working with platinum, and our next discussion will focus on casting, stamping, and tubing techniques that enhance quality and efficiency. We are honored to have two distinguished experts with us today. It's an honor to introduce our speaker, Dr. Peter Hoffman, a distinguished graduate engineer and co-founder of Indothem, Germany. As chairman and managing director, he has been at the forefront of innovative casting technologies, overseeing the company's overall strategy, sales, and troubleshooting complex casting challenges for customers worldwide. With his vast expertise, he continues to shape the future of metal casting and manufacturing. Joining him would be Mr. Rakesh Jangid, Technical Director, Lahore, India. He is a seasoned expert in precious metal casting, over 25 years of experience in the industry. A mechanical engineer graduate from Mumbai University, he has been instrumental in enhancing PGM metal processing and helping manufacturers improve their production quality. Currently serving as technical director at Lahore, India, he also leads R&D and product development at Precious Alloys Private Limited, Mumbai, driving innovation in metal casting and manufacturing. Gentlemen, the stage is yours. Dr. Peter Hoffman, Chairman of Indothem, Germany, along with Ms.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today,
everyone.
yes, today we want to present some information about state-of-the-art platinum casting technology. I'm happy to be supported by our longtime partner, Mr. Rakesh. It's an honor for me because we are working more than 20 years together. Our job is to listen to the customer needs, to the problems, and to solve it. Thank you. So now let's start with some summaries of topics which occurs in the last years about platinum casting, and to give you a little overview, what is the difference between silver, gold, and especially platinum casting. Here. Okay. Okay, let's start first with some general topics. Before we heard already about all the consumption of PGM materials. Today we are talking especially about platinum. So you see only a quarter of it, it's used approximately for jewelry casting. At the moment, especially in Europe, I come from Germany, it's growing, especially of course because of the big price difference between gold and the platinum. Now, what is the main difference between silver, gold, and platinum? First of all, you see some technical topics about the high density, especially the much higher melting point of platinum compared to gold and silver, which doesn't make the casting easy. The low heat conductivity, malleability, it's quite impressive. Oxidation resistance, of course, and the chemical resistance. Very important is also the heating and the melting and especially the solidification, especially the problem with the shrinkage during the solidification. It's approximately 5% in volume, and these can cause a lot of shrinkage porosity. That's why later on we have to have a little look more in detail about spruing to avoid these kind of pores, what we call shrinkage porosity. Till now, most of the technology to cast platinum is still the centrifugal machines. The big advantage of the centrifugal machines are the very good form filling. Disadvantage we will talk later on. It's about the turbulences, which can cause different types of porosity. But nowadays, more and more technology moves to tilting, which has some advantages over the centrifugal technology. So have a look. So centrifugal, we already mentioned, the big advantage is the high force, which gives really a very good form filling. This is great. Disadvantage, because of the different forces which are acting, it's a centrifugal, it's the acceleration, it's a gravity, different forces which will act during the casting, creates turbulences and gives a problem like gas porosity, which also comes to this non-constant pressure during the form filling. If you compare tilting, which is much more smooth, will give much more laminar metal flow, most of these topics can be improved. The problem till now was that the form filling is compared to the centrifugal more poor. And this was the topic, especially between Rakesh and our company, also to have a look about how we are able to improve it. Have a short look about the influence of the different influences about the casting results. Before we heard about, of course, the quality of the platinum, first of all, but we also will hear later on maybe some topics about the different platinum alloys to change different topics. Also, we heard before about embrittlement because of some impurities. Form filling is a big topic, especially for platinum ruthenium. Then, because of the diagram you saw before, the big shrinkage, when the metal starts to change from liquid into solid, about 5%, and this 5% in volume is huge. And if you don't have the possibility to feed this 5%, it will end up in shrinkage porosity. This sounds simple, but it isn't. Gas porosity, of course, can come up to many different kind of inclusions. That's why the process and temperature control is important. Also, always important when we talk about casting is step 1 about how to melt the metal, what kind of crucible we can use for the different metals, what kind of technology, which is nowadays most of the times, of course, induction. Second is the metal pouring into our flask, into our mold. And step number 3, which is even also very important, is the solidification, like we talked before, to avoid shrinkage porosity.
Peter, if you see, can you go down?
Yes.
Back again. The crucible size is very critical for the platinum casting. Normally what we do, we take a 1 kg casting machine and we cast 200 grams. This is not good for platinum. This works opposite. So ideal would be to go for a machine which can do the maximum quantity of what you would like to cast. So if you want to do 200 grams, go for a machine which can do only 200 grams.
The big topic, like Rakesh explained, is when you select a crucible which is too large, the top of the ceramic crucible is too cold, so while pouring, the metal will lose a lot of energy, a lot of temperature while pouring, which leads to non-fills. This is one of the big topics why we always recommend don't choose a machine or a crucible which is too large. You know, in Europe, normally we use for casting most of the times platinum cobalt or similar. The big advantage is much easier to cast. For wedding rings, normally we use platinum copper. Here in India, so far as I know, it's mainly platinum ruthenium. Now, what is the main difference? Especially platinum ruthenium, the melting temperature is much higher. This especially can cause problems with contamination of some ingredients from the crucible material, like we heard before. Also, the fluidity is less good. Shrinkage porosity, like we saw before, also higher. That's why also, especially the contamination can cause hot cracks. Oxidation, of course, in platinum ruthenium is better compared to platinum copper or cobalt, of course. But because of the much higher temperature, we should use a two-part investment powder. In Europe, it's not very famous to use this kind of investment powder, but especially for these type of platinum alloys, it's really very recommended. Because of these two-part investment powder, we have the advantage also to use higher flask temperature, and higher flask temperature, we will see later on, is also having some advantage in case of shrinkage porosity. Having a look about the comparison between one-part investment powder and the two-part phosphate bonded investment powder. You can see on the left slide platinum cobalt. You see a lot of kind of a micro porosity, while on the right side much less. These slides are, or investigations was done by FEM. FEM is a research institute in Germany. I think they are more than 100 years old, focused on jewelry technology. Now we can see the same in platinum ruthenium. And now you see, especially on the one-part phosphate bonded investment powder, much more porosity. So with this, you see the need for the two-part investment powder. Very essential. Yes. Before we were talking about the hot cracking brittleness. As we talked before, very often for platinum casting, silicon oxide crucibles and similar are used, which can lead to silicon contamination. And quite often this happens to these kind of hot cracks. So that's why the crucible quality is important, the coating of the crucible is important to minimize this contamination, but also the atmosphere is quite important. So especially for platinum ruthenium, one of the topics when we are talking about the binary platinum ruthenium alloy, we normally melt under air, synthetic air, to minimize these kind of the silicon contamination. I think now we skipped one. Yeah, now about some topics about the casting parameters we need to take care. Temperature is a very important factor, of course. We should not overheat the metal, especially also to limit our contamination or to reduce the contamination from the crucible material, but also, of course, from the investment powder. That's why the melting atmosphere is important. For the result of the casting is, of course, as we talked before, the filling and the solidification. So the filling is important, pouring the liquid metal into the mold as fast as possible to minimize the temperature loss. And then, of course, to have a nice solidification to start from the flask, to have a solidification outside to the center, to make sure at the moment the metal starts to solidify and the metal, contracts, it gets smaller, like we saw before, about the 5%. At this moment, we must have a way to feed these 5% into the mold if we want to avoid shrinkage porosity. Quite simple. That's why the heating is important. Tilting must be quick, especially for filigree items. The pressure we needs to apply to push the metal into the mold we need, because in a tilting system we don't have these force to push the metal by centrifugal force into the cavities to fill up the very filigree parts. In a tilting machine or similar, we need overpressure, but this overpressure has to apply extremely fast, because as soon the metal starts to solidify, then it's too late. So even the highest pressure cannot fill the cavities anymore. Vibration is a technology which helps to improve the form filling, to improve the solidification. Yeah. And of course, like we talked before, the consumables are extremely important not to contaminate your precious platinum. Here you can see how the liquid metal will flow into a flask. On the right side, it's more for a smaller quantity. On the left side, a bigger quantity. But this is the difference now between a centrifugal machine compared to a tilting machine. So tilting is more, the pouring is more gentle, yeah, which has the advantage of reducing gas porosity, shrinkage porosity, and so on, but the disadvantage of less form filling. And this only we can overcome by fast tilting and by fast overpressure. So here you can see a machine. How does it look like? Maybe Rakesh, you can explain also a little bit.
Here you can see this is the crucible we have, and I was talking about the crucible should be almost 80-90% to be filled with the metal, so that we don't lose the temperature when it pours into the hot flask.
Okay, here we see some influence of the tree setup. So the spruing, as we talked about, spruing is in platinum even more essential. Number one, for a good form filling. Number two, for a good solidification. Yeah? Always form filling starts first. If we don't have a good filling, the solidification doesn't matter. So that's why normally for platinum we have to use normally a larger spruce compared to silver and gold. And especially for the solidification, we have to make sure on the design of the spruing that when the metal starts to solidify, it has to solidify at the outside of the flask first, Then the metal starts to get solid. While it gets solid, it shrinks. So at the moment it shrinks, we have to supply new metal. Yeah? If not, we have missing metal, which will cause the porosity. So here you can see such kind of a typical spruing design. Maybe, Rakesh, you can tell something about this two-part investment powder and the way.
Apart from the two-part investment powder, the critical point, how you prepare the tree. You have to keep a little area on the top as empty, because the metal which goes at the first will always have a lower temperature because of the design of the heating system. So better to keep no designs on the part, on the tree, and then you start putting your trees.
Very often you can see on platinum that fine designs on the top has more form-filling problems than at the bottom. And that's what Rakesh explained.
That's the reason, this has to go reverse than the gold. Normally in gold, we put all the fine items on the top, but in platinum, we put all the fine items at the bottom.
Here you can see such kind of design of a sprue. So we have a typical single bottom. Here on the right side, double sprue, and now you can see some investigations. This is now just something to show you. Again, these slides are from the Research Institute, FEM. You can see a slide from the tilt casting compared to the centrifugal casting. And you see easily much more microporosity. Also here you can see that a big difference about the microporosity. Here you can see the effect on using a higher flask temperature. Maybe at the beginning it sounds a little strange why we should go with a metal and flask temperature quite high. On one side we are talking about don't overheat the metal, not to get too much contamination of metal or of the investment powder. At the other side, higher temperature will reduce shrinkage porosity. Yeah? And this you can see on this kind of simulation, especially on the right side, which you can see that was about 130 degrees higher. We have much less shrinkage porosity. Again, here we can see shrinkage porosity with a tilt casting machine. Higher temperature leads to less shrinkage porosity. Now, tilting versus centrifugal. We talked already about basically in average with this tilting version, which has a more smooth pouring, we can reduce shrinkage porosity, we can improve the solidification because we have not the many different acting forces. We have even pressure distribution, yeah, because we have only one pressure from the gravity, which is assisted by the very fast overpressure and assisted by the vibration technology. And this also leads to less gas inclusions, also due to the vacuum. So here we have some more slides. So, again, form filling, tilting versus centrifugal, we talked about. This was always the weak point of tilting. That's why the success of a good tilting, of a good form filling, of high quality with a minimum of porosity. It's done when we have an alloy which has a quite low viscosity. We need from the machine side a fast tilting, fast overpressure, again with this vibration to get a good form filling. This is the quite simple formula to get a successful casting. Again, some simulation from these, also from the solidification. So, further aspect of these kind of casting technology, which is now state of the art, it's for the form filling, for the pouring, we must make sure to minimize turbulence, yeah, because turbulence, they can cause breakage of investment powder, so get impurities of particles from the two-part investment powder. That's why the laminar pouring is extremely important. Because of this technology, you can use the same unit also to produce ingots. Yeah? Ingot casting, for ingot casting quite often we use copper molds, in some special cases also graphite. Important is always a good temperature control. As we talked about, investment powder, extremely important, especially for platinum ruthenium. Nice atmosphere. I think that's why always, when you cast platinum, check before, what we heard before, the quality of the platinum, and have a look about what kind of platinum you use. If we talk about platinum ruthenium, then we recommend to cast on air. Heating of the alloy is important to have a good mixing, to have a homogeneous temperature inside the crucible. We talked before about that while you tilt, even in the centrifugal machine, the first droplets always have to flow over the top of the crucible, and because we use a ceramic crucible, which is of course not heated by the induction, so the top of the crucible is cold, and that's why the metal will lose some of the heat, and this can lead to non-fills. That's why always make sure that the crucible is filled, let's say more than 50%. In gold and silver casting, we don't have this issue, because we have a graphite crucible which is heated from top to down, not in platinum. Yeah? That's why this is always keep in mind. The crucible has to as small as possible, not as big as possible. Of course, nowadays with all the machines you have the possibility for the data logging, all these things. An advantage, of course, of the tilting is less risk of having an accident. Here on the right side, you can see a picture of such an accident which happens some months ago in Switzerland. Always make sure to use the right crucible, yeah, not to waste your fine platinum to contaminate with any ingredients of the crucible material, especially when you melt it at this very high temperature, and especially when you work at high vacuum. Vacuum, I call it always, it's for me like a medicine. It can heal, but it can kill. So the doses, it's always important. That's why, especially for platinum, ruthenium, we don't recommend to melt it under very high vacuum. This is just a typical view onto such kind of a machine. On the left side, you see the induction coil, you see the crucible. This is a mold designed, I think, by Mr. Rakesh and Precious Alloys for casting a rod. Like you can see on the right side, it was what kind of an alloy?
This is platinum copper to make platinum chains.
Okay. And the second one, the bar?
This is to make coins, to
Coins.
make
That was
wedding
coins.
rings.
Okay. Casted in what kind of a mold?
This was done in graphite mold.
A graphite mold. Okay. The little maybe disadvantage on graphite can be the
You can see on the picture itself.
yeah.
The surface is not nice.
Yeah. The little disadvantage, of course, using graphite, you know, it will react with the platinum, can be especially on the surface graphite carbon contamination. This always you have to keep in mind. So, but if you cast platinum, you know, because of the very fast solidification, and if you cast, let's say, any ingot, if the ingot is quite heavy, we can use a kind of a copper mold, because the copper absorbs the heat extremely fast. There is normally no reaction. That's from one side, it's great. But this can cause form-filling problems. Yeah? Again, when it's heavy, we don't face this problem, but more fine it is, as more problems you have with the graphite, which has lower heat conductivity. We can heat up, so we can cast also more smaller wires or sheets, or if it goes even more smaller, we can even use, of course, our two-part investment powder. Here on the right side, you can see a platinum tube, which was casted in investment powder. Yeah? But maybe Rakesh, you can tell something about the tube?
No, basically, when we cast, because of the reaction with the investment powder, we get lots of gas porosity inside when you create the rings. And that's the reason we recommend to use a copper mold, and you pour the metal and then you drill it to make a tube to make wedding rings.
Usually this is still the best. Of course, casting a tube is possible, but it's more difficult to avoid, or let's say to reduce shrinkage porosity. That's not so easy, and that's of course when you cast a single rod and you drill later on, so usually most of the pores are in the center. So, okay. Okay, so casting, I think, till now is still state of the art. I think the advantage is it's available everywhere. It's relatively cheap. Everybody knows this technology. We have a nice surface, especially with a two-part investment powder. But we also talk about not a present only, we are talking about the future of the jewelry industry. And this will lead us, of course, also to 3D metal printing, especially 3D platinum printing, which is, of course, possible. And I think especially for platinum, it makes sense. Now, how to start with this 3D printing? First, we need the powder, the platinum powder. So that's why in our company, since many years, we also develop different technologies to produce metal powder. Actually, we use 3 different type of technology to change liquid platinum into fine powder. The first is ultrasonic. To be honest to you, we still struggle, especially for platinum. So this ultrasonic is nowadays mainly used for lower temperature, but possible. What we do is we melt the metal, we pour the metal on a plate which is vibrating, and because of this vibrating, we create fine metal powder, and this particle range depends mainly on the frequency of this vibration system. So this is one technology, quite nice, extremely spherical powder, really very spherical, because the velocity of these particles are quite low. That's why during the falling of the material, it can form a nice spherical shape. Second technology is gas atomizer. So when the metal, the liquid platinum, pours through a nozzle, there is different types of nozzle, free fall, close coupled nozzle, then because of the high speed of the gas, we atomize these liquid platinum into very fine powder in the range from few micrometer until maybe about 200 micrometers. You know, quite often for metal printing, there is a range used from 20 to 63 microns or 15 to 45 microns. This is a typical range. We have customers, they use this technology even for powder below 10 microns. So here you have a little look about, and the last topic is about water atomization. This creates a non-spherical shape usually, and it's in Germany also used to produce platinum coins, which has some advantages over the typical standard technology. Okay, so how you start? Starts alone? Okay. Here you see now the typical, which stops. Yeah, okay. Please, you take. Oh. Sorry, there is a little trouble with the computer. So that was a typical atomization, gas atomization. It looks like a rocket. Normally we use gas, nitrogen or argon, especially for platinum, of course, argon up to about 30 bar in order to get a very fine powder. So, Rakesh, I think that's the end of our presentation.
You.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for shedding light on these advanced techniques that are shaping the future of platinum jewelry manufacturing. I request both my speakers to please be here, and requesting our Executive Director, Mr. Sabyasachi Ray, to kindly join us for a felicitation along with Subankar sir. With that, we move to our next topic, 3D printing of precious metal for commercial use. We explore a revolutionary technology that is redefining jewelry production, 3D printing of precious metal. From design flexibility to cost-effective production, this innovation is transforming the industry. To take us through this fascinating topic, we have with us Dr. Andrea Frisco, R&D Head, Legor, Italy. A graduate in materials engineering from University of Padua, Italy, and has more than 2 decades of experience in the precious metal metallurgy sector, he holds the position of R&D and product manager for the metallurgy division of the Legor Group, Italy. During his career, Andre developed a deep expertise in the jewelry manufacturing process, coordinating all the phases of technical product management from conception to market release. His technical and strategic contribution led Legor to become an innovative leader in this industry. Since 2006, he has managed the Jewelry Technology Forum's Scientific Committee, and more recently, he is the member of the Scientific Committee of the Vicenza Symposium, an event that aims to become a reference platform for innovation and technological development in the jewelry and fashion industry. Welcome, Dr. Friso. All yours.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for being here today. I'm pleased for the invitation. I'm pleased to be here to share some of the knowledge that we have gathered throughout these years of this special project. First of all, I would like to ask you one question. How many people are familiar with additive manufacturing in general, named SLM, selective laser melting? Raise your hand. Few people have. How many of you are familiar with binder jetting? No hands. So the presentation is for you today. So what we are going to present today is the results of probably our most ambitious project ever in terms of R&D at Legor. That is to say, picking up a technology which is already existing and somewhat mature for other sectors and bring it inside the world of jewelry to test and experiment ourselves if it can make sense for jewelry or not. So to do this, we had to purchase all of the equipment, printers, furnaces, curing stations, and then start up building up our own pieces. It's an idea that we have in our company, especially because maybe India is a bit different, but in Italy and in Europe, producers of jewelry are very traditionalistic. So before somebody starts up doing something new, there has to be somebody else who does the work before and spends the money before, first of all. So we decided to spend a bit of money, and so we came up with this plant and process, which I will show you a few pictures later on, which is dedicated to additive manufacturing in a different way from what happens with SLM. I will go into a bit of details over here with the understanding that this project we made for getting knowledge and understanding of how that works, understanding if that is available for the jewelry, so makes sense for our sector, and it is transferable. So that is important to us. We are not going to sell machines. We are not having the expertise to do any of that, but we will be able in the future to offer the correct knowledge about how to use them and how to maximize your production in terms of visible results that make sense for a jewelry company. So thank you for accompanying me into this brief journey. I think this should start. No? Yes? Yes? And the first thing I would like to show you is the video. So we will have a couple of minutes of a video for seeing the machines themselves. That's a typical embarrassed moment where there are technicalities and you don't know whether it's going okay or it doesn't go okay. It happened to me last year. I was in America in another symposium similar to this. We were supposed to show the video, but then something happened, of course. It's the nice happening in real life, so it never started. So I started describing with my own words. Yes? I don't see it on the screen. Thank you. Okay, so we cut off the fancy music because it's going to be technical. It's an additive manufacturing system, so the feedstock is powder. What you're seeing here is a production of platinum 950 that we have in our plant, and the atomized powder is first qualified. That is something that you do at the beginning after the production of the material, and then you upload it inside the system. This is a P1 desktop metal system which operates on a moving tray that will gather layer by layer platinum powder, which then is selectively wetted with a binder. By binder we mean an ink which conceptually is similar to what happens with a 2D printer, the average inkjet printer that you have in your office, deposits this binder, which allows the powder to be glued all together and layer by layer iteratively offer a 3D development of the item. After the printing, the bed of powder is transformed into a curing station. The curing station allows the polymer, that is to say the binder, to harden enough to have the possibility to manually extract the pieces from the bed of powder. So here, of course, it's my colleague here has great expertise in handling precious powder with very good accuracy. And then the pieces are displayed on trays. This is ceramical materials, and are ready for the actual thermal part of the system. That is to say, what you saw before was the entrance to the furnace for sintering. So that powder is just what you would call a green, conceptually similar to what happens with MIM technology. And correct temperature, correct timing, and correct ramp of temperature growth will allow the material to become dense and physically stable. Then the finishing is as similar to any other finishing technology that you would have. So we just wanted to have the full video, but the part that pertain to binder jetting are those connected with the first part of the work. So thank you for the presentation, coming back, and that's why. Okay, so we spend a couple of seconds again over the principle of functioning. So you have a layer of powder which is deposited on the bed, which then moves down in order to allow for another layer. And where you have the footprint, let's say, of what you want to become your final jewel, you will selectively deposit some binder. The binder is very liquid at the moment of deposition. It is partially evaporated, that is to say, partially cured right in the printer in order to have no problems for the future layers that will go on top of it. And then another layer starts up. Once your 3D object is hidden inside the bed of powder but already constructed, you will cure it. Curing occurs below 200 Celsius degrees in terms of temperature, and becomes hard enough again to extract it, as you've seen in the video. The further part is the only one in which an important temperature comes in. Because by sintering we mean we need to reach temperatures that are close to that of softening of the alloy, so we're close to solidus temperature for the material, but we also need to be far away enough from the solidus temperature to avoid distortions or deformation of the item itself. This is done in specific furnaces. We will get to that in a minute if we have the time. And then the cooling allows this solid to be extracted from the furnace and be treated like every other jewelry piece. Videos this. What I wanted to offer here is a brief comparison with existing technologies. Of course, everybody who wants to offer a new technology will stress strongly the benefits of that, but we have to be realistic and discuss what you already know and what makes sense for you today, and see whether there is a meaning in offering something different. So we will choose the most important and most common processes. I formally thank Indotherm for the picture that we have here, which was taken a few years back from another seminar that we had. As already Peter was mentioning, casting doesn't need an introduction. It is the best known process in jewelry and the most ancient as well for the production of decorative items. It is relatively cheap. It is well mature in the industry, and everybody of you can testify that. It has a final finishing right after the casting, which is probably the best available in the common technologies. And it has already known a partial introduction of additive manufacturing on the first stages of the production. That is to say, I can use resins produced by rapid prototyping in order to shorten the cycle from CAD drawing or step file to the final item that I'm going to produce. As cons, as difficulties that still are faced today in the industry, we may say that casting is an intrinsically empirical and quite unstable process, unless a lot of rules are well maintained in the everyday production. Studying a new piece, studying a new design is heavily dependent on the kind of design. So once I have to face the casting of a bangle, it's totally different than a ring or another simpler shape. And this is a topic which raises concern nowadays. It is considered to be a process with a certainly high environmental impact in terms of fumes that are produced, in terms of the residues from the investment, in terms of the waxes which are burnt. So they may not be dramatically strong topics, but still they are to be taken control of. Then we go with the other most common and most known additive manufacturing system, which is that of selective laser melting. Selective laser melting is a technology that we also studied in Legor. Back in the first years 10, we had a system, but eventually it didn't convince us as a system for further investigation because of two major aspects. The high surface after printing, so there is surely a high consumption of metal once you have to make the finishing, and the finishing can be troublesome in shapes that are very complex and make sense to be done with additive manufacturing, so it's a bit of a compromise that you have to choose. There is a fairly high consumption of metal due to the supports, which also include a lot of work to be taken them out. And then, of course, it's a powder metallurgy, so the extra cost given for handling that as well. Vice versa, a big pro is the fact that you have a maximum flexibility directly from the drawing to the item which is metal printed. This comes at a cost also which is dependent of the time and basically of the size of your printing table. That is aspects which we'll compare in a minute. I still left the slide for metal injection molding as this is a system not similarly used in jewelry making, at least not in gold or platinum jewelry, but it is available for non-precious metals, for fashion industries and accessories. I wish we had customers that are using MIM to make thousands of pieces for each design, but this happens only for some big companies who are working with silver. The analogy that I wanted to bring is that binder jetting offers itself as a digital version of MIM. Here in MIM, you have to spend thousands of euros to create a mold, which does simply one object, with limitations regarding the undercuts and the shape of the object itself. Binder jetting gets away all of that because the item is, similarly to what happens with SLM, directly printed in metal, and the mold part is simply taken away. And it is also simpler concerning the binding of that. So the part which makes that polymeric part remains go away. So the systems which have been developed from HP, from Desktop Metal, offer a debinding stage which is done simply either in an oxidizing atmosphere, so a furnace which operates on hydrogen, or directly on air, like it happens for platinum. So there is no more the need for catalytic debinding, which is a heavy, intense process in standard MIM. Then another well-known process to compare with is CNC. CNC is basically the use of machines which subtract material from an ingot or a semi-finished part. It is having the highest precision in terms of tolerances, and that is why it is used in high-end jewelry, and in particular in the watchmaking industry, where the tolerances are paramount to get somewhere for the shape. By converse, it is, let's say, material hungry. So the amount of material that you can cut out and the final object that you want to obtain from an ingot in CNC is fairly low. So there is a question mark over the price that the final item will have to cover the costs either of refinery or of re-melting and reconsumption of that material. It is also having a CNC system in a company expensive from the point of view of equipment that you have to bring in, and also the mentality which moves from an artisan-shaped or a more than artisan-shaped item to a mechanical workshop with different mentality and different operational activities. Binder jetting, coming to compare with all these others, offers the benefits of direct production of a metallic object from the design itself without, with a series of intermediate parts which are fairly inside the same process. It has a higher productivity than SLM because when you have seen, maybe it was too quick, when you have seen the printing, it is similar to the inkjet printing. So the whole surface of the area that you're having is sprayed where it needs with the binder. So you don't have a laser which selectively melts the area which is needed and possibly can work only on a point. But that I have an area with one item to be printed or the full area to be printed, that can be done exactly in the same spot. And binder jetting can allow to have several layers of objects to be printed. So I can consider having a series of wedding bands posed on the tray, and then later on another layer which is put on top of that, which is impossible or fairly unlikely with SLM. So that is one point which made us convince to work for for binder jetting, together with the surface rugosity which we get that is way better than SLM. By cons, it is a heavy machine-based process, so you must have a printer, you must have a specific furnace, you must have the curing unit, and this can cost a lot. So we are speaking today of somewhere around, depending on the kind of system that you're going to use, somewhere in the range of 700,000 euros to get working today. So today it's a cost which we decided to absorb with the intention of giving two things: knowledge and second, service. So we can print even a single item for anybody of you as a third-party service, which we think to be interesting, and actually it is running from the commercial point of view today. So just to get very rough numbering over the productivity in comparison with the several technologies, we chose to put the column of productivity from a qualitative point of view by imagining that we have to print or to cast or to subtractively produce those entwined objects which you see on top. So MIM, in case we wanted to go for that, is the one with the highest productivity. Second best are casting, with 2 persons that are working on the laboratory full day. Binder jetting stays for third. Well below are CNC and SLM. So here we can discuss a lot regarding the numbers that we put, but the order of magnitude is that binder jetting is slightly below casting, and with an idea to mass production, with the possibility to get every single object different, which would be impossible with MIM and could prove challenging as well with casting itself. So the environmental impact as well is considered. We could say that additive manufacturing or MIM are lower, part to the absence of rejects. So casting has the silica and the combustion fumes and the investment powder who come into play when an office of QHSE would come and see a discussion. The environmental impact is also considered regarding the productivity of the item. So binder jet and MIM are better, comparatively better than casting for sure, and for CNC as well. Then, okay, the version of the presentation which I'm having here has all the slides, but I would like, since I have only 9 minutes for me, I would like to go directly to the comparison of the different methods that we have used, as this one becomes a bit too technical and I'm sure that I would be boring you too much. So these are the equipments that we have at home. They are conceived with different metals in mind, because the metal jet from HP, we have 2 of them, and we are running daily production for steel and silver 925, are having a large build area, but would be impossible to think for gold or platinum. So we went to a far smaller size of working chamber with the desktop metal P1, which can operate more or less 30 kilos of platinum 950. So that is the amount, the maximum amount that can be put inside the machine. The machine operates also with 15 kilos, 15 to 18 kilos, in order to have enough of a thickness to be able to work properly. Then every machine is a learning curve by itself, because you have to learn how to use it, what is the specificity, what is the good and bad activities that can occur during that. The printing characteristics are interesting. The binder can be played with in order to have stronger or less strong items to start with for the sintering, but this again is a detail. And so are these aspects here. What I wanted to spend a minute on is the furnaces which are needed to work with binder jetting. Depending on the material, you need a certain atmosphere. So if you're working steel, the easy part is the fact that you have a very wide window of operation. You can go from 1350 to 1390 for the processing temperature, but you need hydrogen in the furnace running in order to first offer a correct and efficient debinding, that is to say the reduction of the plastics, let's say, of the polymer inside the item to volatile compounds, volatile organic compounds, which then leave space for the metal powder to just get into intimate contact and start the actual sinterization. So this is complex. A furnace like this costs hundreds of thousands of euros. If you're working with platinum, the problem is no more, because you just need a furnace that is very precise in the quality of the temperature that you are maintaining, but operates on air. So with something like less than 50,000 euros, you can have a very good system for that. Silver needs a reducing atmosphere. So that is where the work with hydrogen comes in, and the cost related to the safety of all the processing for the furnace comes in. This is a typical sintering cycle for AISI 316L. So it is in the length of, let's say, 20 to 24 hours. And it has a part which is long and at low temperature, where you want to eliminate all of the polymeric compound, start then the sintering, and then ramping up in order to have the material densify. The densification occurs until the material is correctly solidified, and the goal here is to have it with such a speed and such a efficiency that the distribution of pores which is remaining is generally below 0.5% and well distributed inside the material. At least in that case, it is easier to control than can be a single big porosity in a system. So some numbers regarding what it means to have a binder jet object. We are working with powders that are comparatively smaller than SLM, because basically the efficiency of the sintering process depends on as low as small as the powder can be. So here in this case, we purchased a powder that has a D10 of 5 and a D90 of 22. The roughness which you get is approximately 3 to 3.5 micron as sintered in terms of array, and the efficiency, let's say, of the quality of the densification is 99.8%. So we are, let's say, this material, steel, inox steel, is the one that we did the whole first year of learning curve together. So that was intense, but we are happy with the results and with the quality that you can obtain. Other steel, similar result in terms of roughness for silver 925, which we operate. A particle size in this case which is slightly higher, slightly larger. So from 22 we moved the D90 to 28 simply because silver is expensive. So the efficiency of the atomization should be considered, and so as small as you can obtain your particles of powder directly from atomization is important, but then you can't cut out 70% of your automation and then re-atomize, otherwise it wouldn't make sense. So most of our work for correct printing of these items in silver was done to operate with the largest particle size that we could have in order to shorten the amount of metal rebuilding and re-atomizing for that. The results in terms of as sintered object are improvable, we could say. So we are not 100%, we are below 1% of residual porosity, but to the eye of a skilled jeweler, that would probably not be acceptable. So the solution is either to work with longer time of sintering or proceed to HIP, which some customers can accept in terms of an extra process which weighs more on the financial account of this process. Some others would just tell you. So this is still an area of improvement for us. Yes, then platinum. Platinum was very happy metal. So if we had let's say 1 year of work with steel to get going, because that was the beginning of our process. If we had more than 6 months of work for the silver to get somewhere. For platinum, I could say that since the second print, we were successful. So the numbers which you see here were obtained with a much shorter learning curve, and it is the one that is functioning best. So as sintered, the residual porosity lower than 0.5%, and the particle size which is slightly, not as much, but slightly bigger than what we received in literature and was the initial, let's say, suggestion from literature. So this one is out of the precious metals, the one which is mature to us and ready to be delivered to the market. Just to give you an example, we have all sorts of small batch producers that come to us, first because they want to learn something about the technology and understand the costs themselves. So this one is a kind of item which it's a watch case. The customer didn't want to produce it by CNC because it was too expensive according to his mind. So in an Italian facility with the costs and all the particularities of what we can offer, the CNC production of this item, according to what the standard would have been, would have cost 80 euros. Together with us, with a joint production between binder jetting, obtaining an advanced semi-finished item, plus a secondary machining with obtainment of correct tolerances over some parts of the items, and a finishing which then was done, the saving is about 20 euros per piece, comparing to the same point of operation. So this one was enough for the customer to get the order with us. This should be discussed with every single item. So we cannot offer a one-fit-all solution, but the mindset to us is that binder jetting is powerful when it comes to items that would cost an awful lot to be done in CNC, and start up the final machining to the object with an advanced semi-finished part already skimmed out of all the voids, the undercuts, and other parts. Whoop. Another case for bronze. Coming to losses, which are generally the painful area or the successful area, depending on the numbers that we get. So the larger furnace, the larger printer, the HP system that works hundreds of kilos, we counted over several months of work an average loss per job that is of 2 grams per kilo. Is it high? Is it low? I let you decide. For the DM system, we were on 1 gram per kilo of production over the loss for the platinum and the silver. Of course, the major problem here is the airborne particles, because we have still to maneuver the powder and to hand it. The system is closed, there is no extra loss coming from pollution or from other unwanted sources, but still it is open air handling of that. So what is the other homework that remains to us? We are going to work, and we have already started the project for gold in binder jetting. So this we have chosen one formulation that will start with that, and we expect to have results, let's say, by the summer, by July this year, because we are, as a matter of fact, atomizing the powder now. So we will put it into the machine shortly. Platinum is to us already interesting, and our branch here has some pieces for you to see, but you're most welcome, if you want to start a discussion with our headquarters, to see for yourself items that are of your production and that prove challenging in casting, that prove challenging in CNC, because only that will be able to give your eye and your QC a proof of whether it is functioning or not. Silver, as we mentioned, is almost mature, but comparatively we would like to get more. And other elements and materials which are high temperature are already safe and we would say matured like steels. With that said, I thank you all very much for being patient and for not having fallen asleep. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tracer, for that fascinating session on how 3D printing is shaping the future of jewelry manufacturing. I would like to request Mr. Jayant Kulkarni from SGL to kindly step forward to felicitate our speaker.
Oh, sorry.
And I'll take the moment to introduce you to the next topic, technology in diamond testing. As diamond detection technologies evolve, ensuring authenticity and quality has become more critical than ever. Our next speaker will share insights into the latest advancement in diamond testing technologies. With over 20 years of expertise in diamond, gemstone, and jewelry certification in India and Middle East, Mr. Kulkarni drives excellence in laboratory operations across SGL India. Renowned for his proficiency in laboratory management, quality assurance, and gemstone analysis, he has been instrumental in integrating cutting-edge technology and global best practices. A benevolent leader in the industry, Mr. Kulkarni actively contributes to training programs, collaborations, and innovation, reinforcing SGL Labs' commitment to transparency, integrity, and trust in the gemological certification. Let's welcome him as a speaker, Mr. Jayant Kulkarni, partner SGL. All yours, sir.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Namaste, respected dignitaries and guests. My name is Jayant Kulkarni, VP at SGL. So I am here. Basically, I will try to wind up as early as possible. I know other dignitaries has to say something also. So basically, we will drive you through the journey of SGL in innovation, the kind of technology we have been using in diamond detection. So SGL is basically a gem testing diamond, natural diamond, lab-grown diamond, and jewelry certification lab. It's a British lab headquartered in London, founded by Ms. Shirin Bandukwala and Chirag Soni. We are currently one of the fastest growing international labs, spanning in 5 countries, 23 locations, and 207 geo footprint in countries worldwide. This is our journey. These are the years where we have come across or introduced some kind of innovative technologies to the world. Let's go through that. In 2017, SGL became the first diamond laboratory to demonstrate a Raman spectroscopy to the world. Means we conducted an exclusive preview during IIS 2017 and allow people to see the usage of Raman spectroscopy. In 2018, we were the first one in India to mention natural diamonds screened for CVD and HPHT on our jewelry certification report. In 2019, basically advancing jewelry screening. So we were the one to develop and sell the jewelry screening devices. We started doing that. In 2021, we introduced the CVD growth pattern. So we started mentioning as grown in our reports that no indication of post-growth treatment has happened, and which was also welcomed by the industry. In 2021, we started introducing mobile lab operation with our screening devices for the convenience of the retailers and the jewelers and manufacturers. In 2022, we launched our own dia screen machine with one of the technology partner for loose diamond and jewelry certification. This is one of our equipment. We'll dive into details. In 2023, means recently, we have introduced AI-based, AI-driven spectral analysis for loose diamond. So this machine was specifically introduced for a loose diamond certification, which differentiate between the color and shape code for the instant identification. In 2024, of course, advancing to our R&D and the equipment, we launched dia screen for easy usage. It's a portable module as well, which can be used for a mobile lab operation or easy access or easy convenience. Let's dive deep into the details. So this is a AI machine. Is there a video by any chance? Excuse me. Yeah, there is a video how it works.
What does it mean to be perfect?
No, I'm so sorry about
Perfection is a journey, a quest we embrace in every cut. Every
that. In the
facet
presentation,
lies
there
a
is
trace.
play button.
What does it mean to be
No.
perfect?
I'm so sorry. Yeah, you must have seen that the diamond shows the color in the background, that it has been defined or described as a CVD or HPHT or natural. And this is the result. which you might not have been able to see on the in the video. So it separates in the shape wise. So arrows for a natural, round for SEZ, and simulants, and a round shape for other the counting of the pieces, and then HPHT has been marked with the triangular. So this is the result of that screening. Then FTIR, Fourier Transformation Infrared Spectroscopy, which we use for advanced testing, which basically actually identifies the different nitrogen form, and it gives a type 1, type 2, type 1b, type 1a, type 2b, type 2a. So basically it is on accuracy level, we say that after using our first advanced technology in the diamond screening, we use this technology specifically for loose diamond. This has been used for loose diamond, and accuracy level is perfect. Excuse me, video. Yeah. Basically, this is the result of the testing of FTIR, which shows the graph, and of course you read a technical person to read the graph and analysis, make the analysis and come to the conclusion. Then this is one of our die screen machine. Again, there is a video, yeah. Yeah, this machine can be used for loose as well as jewelry, and we mostly use in mobile lab operations. And this is the result of that die screen, what you see the video just now. And these are the other part of the instrument. Of course, there is a difference of tray size in the equipment what we use, the technology what we use. So this is the journey of the technology or the instrument what we use in identification of lab grown versus natural and the other simulants in our laboratories. Now this is the end of the presentation. We'll just go through our corporate AV. Yeah. And then we'll conclude our presentation here. Thank you so much for your patience.
What does it mean to be perfect? What does it mean to be perfect? Perfection is a journey, a quest we embrace. In every cut, every facet, lies a trace. Diving underneath the sparkle, we reveal the truth through the beauty of science in the pursuit of proof. The DNA of each diamond is a story of time and place. We certify its journey, we honor its grace. Perfection is in the sparkle that captures the eye, in the clarity that lets no flaw lie. It is in the color that dances with the light, and the carat that feels just right. For every diamond we guarantee our grade, ensuring they are perfect, the best in the trade. We teach the art of discernment, the science of the diamonds, educating minds on how to assess them. Perfection is precision, it's trust, it's care. In every report, our values we share. We offer our instruments that measure with grace, ensuring accuracy in every space. Tools of the trade to the world we supply, empowering others to reach for the sky. What does it mean to be perfect, you ask? It's a promise, a commitment, it's our task. In teaching, in our instruments, and in certifications secured, for us, perfection is your peace of mind assured.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kulkarni, for assuring that you have given these valuable insights into the diamond testing innovations to everyone in the room. I'd like to request Mr. Neville Tata, the GGEPC SEZ core member, to kindly please join us and felicitate our speaker. Thank you, sir. And with that, I'm going to introduce you all to the next topic, challenges in identification of lab-grown diamonds. With the rise of lab-grown diamonds, the need for accurate identification methods has never been more important. Our final session for this track will focus on the challenges and advancements in this space. Our next speaker, Ms. Deepa Srinivasa, is a distinguished gemologist with a passion for research, education, and innovation in the gemological sciences. Developing cutting-edge instruments for the industry. With the prestigious certifications coming from the University of Nantes, France, she has spent years shaping the future of gemstone identification and education. She has also been instrumental in designing SGI's Colored Stone Professional Program, bringing the gap between traditional gemology and real-world applications. Let's join me in welcoming Ms. Deepa Srinivasa. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to skip my introduction and move forward because we are literally behind the schedule today. So going forward, what are we going to be talking about today is about all the challenges that we have in the industry related to lab-grown diamonds. So I'm going to skip what lab-grown diamonds are. I'm sure everyone knows here what lab-grown diamonds are. I'm going to quickly take you through what we are specializing in and what exactly we come across in day-to-day in our production and whatever we are testing. So excuse me for this. Okay. So let's start with, what the morphology of what you see in lab-grown diamond versus natural diamonds. These are the typical shapes. So what you see here is, doesn't work. Okay. So what you see on the top is your natural diamond rough. In the center, what you see is an HPHT rough. And in the bottom, what you see is a lab-grown, which is your CVD roughs. So this is a typical way in which your rough will be seen. Going forward, what characteristics do I see in natural diamonds? All of us know we see crystals, we see pinpoints, we see clouds, and these are typically the most common factors that we see under microscope to identify whether they are lab-grown or we are looking at a natural diamond. Now, what happens when you don't see them? So these are some of the inclusions that we have come across, which maybe most of you see, right? Now, the standard technique patterns which everyone uses to differentiate between natural diamond versus lab-grown diamonds are typically the strain patterns. You have magnetic or metallic inclusions that you can see. You can see the color zoning, fluorescence, phosphorescence. You identify the diamond type to confirm whether we are looking at lab-grown or we're looking at natural. And then maybe sometimes you have a pre-tested diamond which has an inscription or maybe a certain lab-grown brand has sold it, which has a lab-grown mention on the girdle. Maybe that can help you out. Or then you send it to the lab for advanced testing. So these are typical the procedures that a stone undergoes. Now, over a period of time, and my experience, I would rather put it as, and what we have read in the books, the typical HPHT inclusions is what you see on your screen, which is your flux inclusions. So they can be a rod-like inclusions or needles. I can see some needle-like inclusions here. Now, unfortunately, do we really see them today? There were days when they said you could take a magnet, put it across, next to the lab-grown diamond, specifically for HPHT, and it would attract. Now, this only happened when you had a lot of metallic inclusions inside them. Unfortunately, in today's age, we don't really see so many inclusions, be it HPHT or CVD. These are certain inclusions that one can see if ever it is present inside a CVD. Now, these inclusions, specifically in CVD, may not really help you differentiate between natural versus lab-grown CVD. The reason behind most CVDs that you come across are really, really tiny. They are stars and melees, and they are studded in jewelry. So even if I put it under the highest magnification, it is next to impossible. By looking at these pinpoint inclusions, one can really differentiate under microscope. Going forward to the strain patterns. Now, again, back to the basics. These were the very typical strain patterns that one could see, and we could differentiate whether we are looking at a natural diamond or a lab-grown diamond, and specifically when I say lab-grown, an HPHT or a CVD. Unfortunately, nowadays the patterns that we have been seeing across are mixtures. You cannot really pinpoint and say this is a CVD or this is an HPHT or this is a natural. Because one, the size is very small that we come across in the jewelry. Two, the bigger ones are pretty easy to identify, so that is not where your challenges comes. Now, these are some patterns that we have seen in HPHT growth. So if you notice the previous slide, which is the first slide, belongs to a natural diamond strain, whereas you come to the next one, where you see the bottom one, it's actually very confusing, where you cannot differentiate whether we're looking at a lab-grown. So this alone does not really indicate a confident reply or to your question, answer your question. Now, we've been reading in books that the typical fluorescence pattern of a natural diamond is blue. So we say that about 35% of the diamonds fluoresce. What happens to the rest of them? Unfortunately, the 35% we're talking about are the diamonds worldwide produced. Are all the 35 diamonds having fluorescence? No, it doesn't happen. So we have diamonds that are inert, that can also even go strong. Sometimes there is no reaction, which we refer the term as inert. What can we do about them? Now, natural diamonds typically fluoresce in long wave, then in short wave. Okay? Why am I saying this? I will repeat in the next slide. This is a typical color that we see in HPHT growth. Okay, these are the typical, and in the trade term, it is referred as turquoise blue because it refers or it matches to the color of turquoise. This is something typical of a CVD. So if you see the difference, you have this so-called turquoise blue, then you have this orangish, reddish, pinkish glow fluorescence in the CVDs. So it was very easy once upon a time that you put your stones or your diamonds, your lab-growns combined with the naturals, you put it in the screening instruments, you saw these colors, and life was very, very easy. You could pinpoint, I'm looking at a CVD, you could pinpoint, I'm looking at an HPHT, be it in jewelry or be it in loose condition. Now, typically, as the book says, your lab-grown diamonds fluoresce in short wave rather than in long wave. Vice versa happens in natural, where natural have fluorescence in long wave rather than in short wave. This is very recently. Can anyone guess what diamonds are these? Natural or lab grown? It could be anything. I'm not judging you here, but given what I showed you just now, what would you call it? Natural or lab grown? Yes, please. Mixed lot? No. So all these are beautiful natural diamonds with beautiful multicolor patterns. So as I said, gone are the days where we can rely on only and only screening instruments. There are multiple colors, and it requires extensive research, extensive study, and to see them every day in and out to actually figure out whether I'm looking at a natural diamond or a lab-grown diamond. So this was your fluorescence, what we call it as a long wave, and then it also had the short wave reaction. So if you see, there's a mild difference between the two, but these natural diamonds fluoresced under long wave and short wave. The only known diamond that flourished in shortwave was a Hope diamond, which I'm assuming everyone knows about it, which was a nice, bright, blood red color. There is no other diamond as of now which has actually been put into the papers where, recorded it's a natural diamond with a shortwave fluorescence. Now, another guess. That's natural diamond again, okay? There are two different stones that you see here. It's a type 2A diamond with a strong phosphorescence, which is related to basically nickel-related defects. We are looking at two different stones. One is a bigger, one is a smaller, with a long wave reaction and a short wave reaction. And this was recently tested. Like, I'm not talking really old age, once upon a time story. No, this was recently been tested. Both turned out to be natural diamonds. So we do have all of this coming even in natural diamonds. This is another diamond, which was a combination of like a 2A plus another type. Now, what is 2A? I'll come to that also. This was, if you see, we have taken the image in different views to tell you that they can be different colors, and these are all related to what the defects that you see in the natural diamonds. Now, similar defects can also be present in your lab-grown diamonds. So one really needs to understand the science of the growth procedure to actually confirm whether we are looking at what. Another example of a natural diamond, and if you see the mixture, I'm talking about the diamond type. It's a type 1AB with combination of 2B. 2B are diamonds with boron in them, okay? Now, one of the reasons why it had such a nice, strong blue reaction, both in long wave and short wave. Now, the new age HPHT. So we have lots of lab growns growing all around, like every next step, next door, you see somebody is a grower there. This is some of the developments that we have seen in HPHT. If you remember, I showed you couple of images before where I said it was a typical turquoise blue reaction. Now, if you see my two images, which is on the top and the bottom, it's a long wave and the short wave reaction. So HPHT also at times can fluoresce in long wave. So if you see the reaction, they were pretty strong orange. And what we did while experimenting, while doing our research, we left it in the instrument for a while, and you could see the decay in the intensity after we turned off the light, the UV lamp. Similarly, in the short wave, we had a bluish reaction, which is not a typical turquoise blue color, which I showed you initially. It is not same. Again, the decay in the fluorescence over after turning off the lamp. So they do have this time relapse, after which it will slowly start reducing. These are some CVDs that we saw. So they are multiple colors. Now, era where we come across CVDs, we come across HPHTs that have combinations of types. Unfortunately, we cannot really rely on one particular machine. So what are the challenges and what's different now? One is how the growing method is. Are there different recipes out there? What principles can you really rely upon? What new characteristics do you see? What are the different growth patterns? So combination of multiple things are right now the key factor which is left for us. And possibly there are days that you cannot rely and give out the answers on the same day. You may have to research, you may have to study your product for a day and two, take that extra effort and go forward, whether we're looking at a natural or a lab grown. So these are the standard instruments. You have the FTIR, you have the Diamond View, we have the EDXRF, you have Raman, you have UV-Vis. Can we rely on one particular instrument? Not really. On a day-to-day basis, I play with all of them, and trust me, we play with almost every instrument day in and out, and there are days, as I said, I am unable to give you the result the same day. We have to wait a day or two because we want to be sure as a lab that whatever we put it on our papers, on your certificates, they are 100% accurate. So what instruments can actually identify microscopic features? Can we rely? As I said, I really don't think so. Fluorescence testing instruments, no. Screening devices, not really. Today, I'm literally standing in an age where one instrument will not really help you. So you need updated advanced screening instruments. You need to be updating of yourself every day. You need to have hands-on training on all your instruments. You need to have combination of all the instrument results to actually predict whether I'm looking at a lab-grown or a natural. So what are we here today for? Basically, as a lab, I really want to come forward and say, we are open, basically, and fortunately, we have recently opened up in the first floor. We are trying to have multiple outlets where we do in and out research. We have full-fledged labs in Mumbai and in Jaipur. Our core idea is to collaborate with lab growers to basically test their product and to figure out what recipes they are using. This will help not just as a lab for me to sit and identify, it will also help the consumers out there to have the confidence when they go out there and buy lab growns. It is unnecessary, I would say. Whether I invest in natural diamonds or I invest in lab growns, I need to be confident what I am buying. So as a consumer, I would really want to have a fairness, whoever is selling out to me. And for that fairness, for that knowledge, it is a must that as a lab and as a seller, we should collaborate and we should impart knowledge to our consumers as well. Any question and answers, please, as I said, time is very limited. You can always email us and we would be happy to answer you. Thank you so much.
Very kind of you, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Srinivasa, for the highlighting of complexities and solutions in lab-grown diamond detection. Please stay there, ma'am. We'd like a little felicitation to be done to you. Requesting Mr. Adil Kotwal, the core member for SEZ GJPC, to kindly do the honors. With that, we conclude track 1 for technology, making G&J sector future ready. Before we move to track 2, we'd once again like to just thank all our sponsors, our platinum sponsor, Platinum Guild International, a diamond partner, SGL, co-partners, Senco Gold and Diamonds, and Almus. It's an honor to welcome in our midst a very special guest, Shri Sachin Balasaheb Gunjal, the Deputy Commissioner of Police, Zone X, MIDC Police Station. A warm welcome to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for a round of applause. I'm going to request former President, SEZ Core Member, Mr. Colin Shah, and Executive Director, Mr. Sabyasachi Ray, to please do the honors of felicitating our special guest. Sir has removed time to share with us his valuable insights, and hence, over to you, sir.
नमस्कार. आम्ही मराठीमध्ये बोलेल. मला वाटतं सगळ्यांना सगळे इथे बिझनेस करतात त्याच्यामुळे समजत असेल ही अशी अपेक्षा आहे. बऱ्याच दिवसापासून चाललेलं होतं की मी इथे आता डेप्युटी कमिशनर ऑफ पोलीस झोन 10 सिव्स जे काही आहे ते झोन 10च्या अंडर येतं आणि त्याच्यामध्ये पर्टिक्युलरली MIDC पोलीस स्टेशन आहे. आपल्या सर्वांना माहीत आहे की माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महाराष्ट्र राज्य यांनी एक प्रशासनासाठी 7 कलमी कार्यक्रम दिलेला आहे, 100 डेज प्रोग्राम, की ज्याच्यामध्ये काही महाराष्ट्रामधील प्रशासनाला काही टास्क दिलेले आहेत प्रशासन सुधारण्यासाठी. आणि ह्या 7 कलमी कार्यक्रमामध्ये माननीय मुख्यमंत्र्यांचा नेहमीच प्रायोरिटीवर राहिलेला आहे की ईज ऑफ बिझनेस डुईंग, म्हणजे महाराष्ट्रामध्ये जे काही व्यवसाय आहेत त्यांची प्रगती झाली पाहिजे. बाहेरचे इन्व्हेस्टमेंट ही महाराष्ट्रामध्ये आली पाहिजे आणि त्यांना इथे व्यवसाय करण्यासाठी पूरक वातावरण, म्हणजे राईट फ्रॉम परमिशन्स, त्यांना लागणाऱ्या सगळ्या परमिशन्स असतील, जागा असेल, त्यांचं इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेव्हलपमेंट असेल, त्यांचं प्रोडक्शन असेल, त्यांचं सेल असेल आणि बट ऑब्वियसली इम्पोर्ट एक्सपोर्ट असेल. आणि या दृष्टीने प्रशासनातील सर्व जे काही खाती आहेत त्या खात्यांना काही टास्क दिलेले आहेत. आता पोलीस विभागाच्या संबंधाने ईज ऑफ बिझनेस डुईंग याच्या संबंधाने काही विषय आमच्या खात्याशी संबंधित येतात. मेजॉरिटी तुमचे विषय जे काही आहेत ते MIDCशी संबंधित असेल किंवा उद्योग खात्याशी संबंधित असतील, पोल्युशन कंट्रोल बोर्डाशी संबंधित असतात. परंतु ह्युमन आणि बिझनेसच्या सेफ्टी आणि सिक्युरिटी संबंधीचे जे काही विषय आहेत ते प्राथमिक हे पोलिसांच्या विभागाशी असतात. आणि या अंतर्गत बऱ्याच 1 महिन्यापासून आमची चर्चा झालेली होती. आमचे सिनियर PIंनी पण इथे भेट दिली होती आणि एक मीटिंग याच्या संबंधाने आपल्या सर्वांसोबत एक चर्चा करावी याची एक आम्ही संधी शोधत होतो. आणि मला वाटतं की हे आपलं जे काय सिव्समध्ये सेकंड कॉन्क्लेव्ह, मला वाटतं हे सेकंड आहे आपलं, जेम्स अँड ज्वेलरीचं कॉन्क्लेव्ह आहे. या निमित्ताने ती संधी आलेली आहे आणि या संधीचा फायदा घेऊन मी काही ठराविक 5-7 विषय आहेत हे आपल्यासोबत शेअर करणार आहेत आणि आपल्याकडून मला काही फीडबॅक किंवा काही इनपुट्स हवे आहेत की ज्याच्या करून आमच्याकडनं ॲज अ पोलीस डिपार्टमेंट आपल्याला काय अपेक्षा आहेत आणि कशा प्रकारची मदत आपल्याला हवी आणि कुठे आपल्याला अडथळा होतो की कुठे आपल्याला त्यामध्ये अडचणी येतात. तर एक विषय मी 5-6 विषय आहेत ते थोडक्यामध्ये घेईल. मला पण 15 मिनटंच अलॉट केलेले आहेत तर मी फार काही जास्त वेळ घेणार नाही. परंतु एक सर्वात महत्त्वाचा एक पहिला विषय आहे की ह्या जो तुम्ही तिथे व्यवसाय करता याची सेफ्टी आणि सिक्युरिटी. मग ज्यावेळेस आपण सेफ्टी आणि सिक्युरिटीचा विचार करतो त्यावेळेस आपला तुम्ही जे प्रोडक्शन करतात, जो तुमचा गुड्स आहे त्याची सेफ्टी सिक्युरिटी आली आणि त्याच पद्धतीने तुम्ही सर्वजण इथे जे काम करता ते या सर्वांची सेफ्टी सिक्युरिटी या ठिकाणी आली. याच्यामध्ये पर्टिक्युलरली तुमच्या मालाच्या संबंधामध्ये काही तक्रारी सिव्समधल्या मला वाटतं 2-3 तक्रारी आमच्याकडे आलेल्या आहेत, परंतु बाहेरच्या पण आहेत की बऱ्याच वेळा की इथे जो काही तुमचा प्रक्रिया केला जातो म्हणजे फिनिश्ड गुड केला जातो त्याच्यामध्ये काही व्हॅल्युएबल मेटलची चोरी केली जाते. आणि या चोरीचा आमच्या तपासामध्ये असं आलेलं आहे की या चोरीचा प्रमुख स्रोत हा आपल्याकडे काम करणारा एम्प्लॉई असतो, हा प्रथम तो असतो. मग ते ड्युरिंग मॅन्युफॅक्चरिंग असेल, तुमच्या रिसायकलिंग प्रोसेसमध्ये असेल, किंवा मला तर वाटतं तुमच्याकडनं इथं तर रिटेलमध्ये तर बाहेर जात नाही, त्याच्यामुळे तो भाग तुमच्याकडे येणार नाही. परंतु बाहेरच्या युनिटला तो हे होतो की ज्यावेळेस बाहेर माल त्या युनिटपासून बाहेर काढला जातो त्याच्यामध्ये पण मॅन्युप्युलेशन्स होतात, डुप्लिकेट इनव्हॉइसेस तयार करणं. आता आम्ही जस्ट आता 5 करोडचा मलबारचा आम्ही गुन्हा दाखल केलेला आहे. त्याच्यामध्ये जो सेल्सला मॅनेजर होता त्यांनीच डुप्लिकेट इनव्हॉइसेस तयार केली आणि जे आपण रॉ गोल्ड प्रोसेसिंगला देतो आणि त्याच्यानंतर त्याचं पर्सेंटेज, मला फार काही प्रोसेस माहीत नाही, परंतु त्या पर्सेंटेज 80% 90% समथिंग त्याच्यामध्ये हे करतो, त्याच्यामध्ये फेरफार केली इनव्हॉइसेसमध्ये आणि तो माल त्या युनिटच्या बाहेर काढला. असा जवळजवळ 5 करोड का 8 करोडचा फ्रॉड आमच्याकडे आलेला आहे. आणि त्याच्यामध्ये मेजरली इन्व्हॉल्व केलेला तो मॅनेजर आहे की जो ते रॉ ती छोटी छोटी दाणी असतात ना तो देतो आणि त्याच्यानंतर तो प्रोसेस करून 80% 50% काहीतरी मग त्या ह्याच्यामध्ये करत असतो. तो त्याच्यामध्ये आढळ म्हणजे एक तर महत्त्वाचं आलं आहे की थेफ्ट, ही जी थेफ्ट आहे हे लिकेज आपण केलं पाहिजे. आणि हे लिकेज बंद तेव्हाच होऊ शकेल की ज्या वेळेस याचं रिपोर्टिंग होईल. बऱ्याच याच्यामध्ये होतं की एखाद्या युनिटचं रेप्युटेशन असतं किंवा इंटरनल काहीतरी असतं की त्या ओनरपर्यंत त्या गोष्टी जातच नाही. आणि ह्या लक्षात कधी येतात की 1 वर्षांनी 2 वर्षांनी 3 वर्षांनी कधीतरी ज्यावेळेस त्याचा स्टॉक घेतला जातो किंवा एखाद्या ऑडिटमध्ये किंवा कशामध्ये असे ओळखू त्यावेळेस आपल्याला निदर्शनास येतात. तोपर्यंत 2-3 वर्ष निघून गेलेली असतात, तो माल बाहेर गेलेला असतो, तो रफादफा झालेला असतो. त्याच्यामुळे याच्यासाठी खूप विजिलंट राहणं गरजेचं आहे. आणि या थेफ्टबाबत जर काही तक्रारी असेल, निश्चितच तुमची इंटरनल काहीतरी प्रक्रिया असेल, तुमच्या स्वतःच्या युनिटची इंटरनल प्रक्रिया असेल, सिप्सनी काही तुम्हाला SOP ठरवून दिलेली असेल, त्या पद्धतीने तुम्ही करत असाल. परंतु जर आपल्याला याच्यावर वचक बसवायचं आहे आणि जर हे बंद करायचं आहे 100%, तर याची तक्रार ही झाली पाहिजे. नंबर 2, हे आपण म्हटलं की गुड्सच्या सेफ्टीबाबत झालं की थेफ्टबाबत झालं. नंबर 2 की इथे मला वाटतं किती लोक काम करतात 24 तासामध्ये साधारणतः येऊन जाऊन कितने लोक काम करते यहाँ पे? 80,000 80 to 90,000 इथे लोक येतात. बऱ्याच आमच्याकडे तक्रारी येतात की इथील एम्प्लॉईच्या बाहेरच्या बसस्टँडवर मोबाईल्स चोरी जातात, पिक पॉकेटिंग होते. तुमचा सगळा सिक्युअर्ड प्रिमायसेस आहे, पण आतल्या प्रिमायसेसमध्ये मला असं वाटतं की आतमध्ये काही होत नसेल. परंतु ह्या बाहेर ज्या तक्रारी वगैरे येतात त्या माझी अशी आपल्याला विनंती आहे, आपल्या बाहेरचे जे स्पॉट्स आहेत जिथे लोक बस पकडतात, ज्या ठिकाणाहून रिक्षा पकडतात, अशा ठिकाणी सुद्धा आपण आपली काहीतरी जबाबदारी म्हणून CCTVs बसवले पाहिजे. सरकार तर बसवतच आहे, परंतु जी लोक आपल्याकडे काम करतात त्यांची सेफ्टी सिक्युरिटी खूप महत्त्वाची आहे. त्याच्यामुळे याद्वारे आपल्याला एक विनंती आहे की असं जर आलं तर इन्सिडन्स घडल्यानंतर आमचं पोस्ट ॲनालिसिससाठी आम्हाला ते सोपं जातं. तर आपल्या बाजूचे जे सगळे ते तुम्ही ते कव्हर करा. आमचे सिनियर PI MIDC आहेत, ते तुम्हाला ते स्पॉट वगैरे दाखवतील. आणि चांगल्या क्वालिटीचे नाईट व्हिजनचे जर असेल आणि त्यातल्या त्यात जर फेशियल रिकग्निशनचे जर आपल्याला आले तर आम्ही रेकॉर्डवरचे गुन्हेगारांना त्याच्यामध्ये ट्रेस करू शकू. त्याच्यानंतर महत्त्वाचा दुसरा मुद्दा जो होता तुमचा, याच्यामध्ये मला वाटतं की सर्व गुड्स जो आहे तो इथनं ट्रान्झिट केला जातो आणि तुमची वेल ट्रान्सपोर्ट सिस्टम आहे, आय थिंक सो, की त्याच्यामध्ये थेफ्ट वगैरे असं ड्युरिंग द ट्रान्सपोर्ट होत नाही. एजन्सीज वगैरे तुम्ही निश्चितच हायर केलेल्या असतील, चांगल्या क्वालिटीच्या असतील. परंतु यामध्ये माझी अशी विनंती आहे आपल्याला की ज्या सिक्युरिटीज आपण हायर केलेल्या आहेत, सिक्युरिटी एजन्सीज केलेल्या आहेत, तिथे जे लोक काम करतात किमान त्या लोकांचं कॅरेक्टर व्हेरिफिकेशन झालेलं आहे की नाही हे पाहणं गरजेचं आहे. मला वाटतं मध्यंतरी 1-2 वर्षापूर्वी इथे अशीच गोल्ड बार्स घेऊन नेलेली गाडी आरेमध्ये नेली आणि त्याच्यामधनं बरंच 5-25 किलो सोनं वगैरे चोरीला गेलेलं होतं. त्या वेल इक्विप्ड आहे की नाही, त्या तेवढ्या स्ट्रॉंग आहेत की नाही. बऱ्याच वेळेस काय होतं की जे गार्ड्स वगैरे बसलेले असतात, बघा घटना घडायची असेल तर कुठेही घडू शकते, प्रिमायसेसमध्ये घडू शकते, प्रिमायसेसच्या बाहेर ड्युरिंग ट्रान्सपोर्ट घडू शकते. असं निदर्शनास आलेलं आहे की त्या लोकांना हे रोजचंच आहे. तुमचा रोजचाच गुड्स, मला वाटतं ॲट अ टाईम तुमची कन्साइनमेंटची साईज काय असेल, करोड्समध्ये 10 करोड 15 करोडची साधारणतः कन्साइनमेंट साईज असेल. तर ह्या लोकांना रोजचंच झालेलं असतं, त्याच्यामुळे त्यांची वेपन्स वगैरे जी असतात ती खोलून ठेवलेली असतात, बांधून ठेवलेली असतात. मध्ये 5-6 वर्षापूर्वी इगतपुरीला पण असा एक मोठा इन्सिडन्स झालेला होता. शिरपूरला चाललेलं होतं गोल्ड आणि त्याच्यामध्ये पूर्ण गाडीच्या गाडी लुटली होती. त्यावेळेस असं निदर्शनास आलं होतं की ही वेपन्स सगळी ह्या लोकांनी काढून पिशवीमध्ये गुंडाळून ठेवली होती, कारण त्यांच्यासाठी ते रोजचंच होतं. आणि वेपन लक्षात घ्या, वेपन बाळगणं म्हणजे त्याची सिक्युरिटी असण्यापेक्षा त्याची सेफ्टी आणि सिक्युरिटी वेपनची ही खूप महत्त्वाची असते. जर ते लोडेड असेल तर त्याची खूप मोठी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी त्याच्यावर असते. आणि शक्यतो ही जी लोकं असतात त्यांचा लोडचं रुटीन असल्यामुळं अशा प्रकारच्या हलगर्जी त्यांच्याकडून होतात. तर त्या ज्या काही गाड्या आहेत त्यांचे GPS आपण व्यवस्थित आहेत की नाही ते कधी सरप्रायझिंगली चेक केले पाहिजे, मॉनिटर केले पाहिजे. हे मला वाटतं की हा एक महत्त्वाचा मुद्दा आहे. ज्यावेळेस मी ट्रान्सपोर्टच्या बाबतीमध्ये बोलतो त्यावेळेस ज्यावेळेस तुमचं गुड्सचं ट्रान्सपोर्ट येतं त्या पद्धतीने तुमचं पब्लिक किंवा तुमचं जे काही इथे काम करणारी लोकं आहेत त्यांच्या ट्रान्सपोर्टबाबतसुद्धा खूप मोठी समस्या मला वाटतं म्हणावं लागेल. कारण ह्या सगळ्या ज्या बसेस येतात याचा टायमिंग आहे. बरेचसे लोक बसनी येतात, काही रिक्षानी येतात आणि ह्या बसेस नंतर ह्या सगळ्या सेंट्रल रोडवर पार्क होतात किंवा याच्या प्रिमायसेसच्या बाहेर पार्क होतात. आणि साठी ती लोकं येतात, संध्याकाळपर्यंत तिथे ठेवतात किंवा रात्रीसुद्धा तिथे पार्क ठेवतात. आता आपण पाहिलं असेल की पुण्याला एक इन्सिडेंट झाला की बस आगारामध्ये त्या बसमध्ये एका महिलेवर अत्याचार झालेला आहे. तर ज्यावेळेस इथे काम करणाऱ्या ज्या बसेस आहेत, इथले जे ट्रान्सपोर्टर्स आहेत, त्यांना तुम्ही काहीतरी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी दिली पाहिजे की ह्या ज्या बसेस आहे हे रोडवर पार्क न ठेवता की त्यांची जी काही युनिट असेल त्यांनी पार्किंग लॉट, दे आर अर्निंग द मनीज, त्यांनी त्यांचा पार्किंग लॉट शोधावा, त्या ठिकाणी पार्क करावे. ज्यावेळेस पिकअप करायचं त्यावेळेस पिकअपला यावं, ज्यावेळेस ड्रॉप करायचं त्यावेळेस ड्रॉपला यावं, पुन्हा आपल्या डेझिग्नेटेड पार्किंग प्लेसला गेलं पाहिजे. अदरवाईज मला वाटतं की पूर्वी सिव्जमध्ये काही ठराविक जागा अलॉट केलेली होती पार्किंगला, असं काही होतं का पूर्वी 2-4 वर्षापूर्वी? पण तसं जर काही करता येत असेल तर तसं आपण जर केलं, कारण हा बाहेरच्या पब्लिकला मोठा न्यूसन्स होतो. आणि बऱ्याच वेळा आम्हाला त्याचा कॉल येतो, 100चा येतो, 112चा कॉल येतो. आणि टिपिकली ट्रॅफिक जॅम्स म्हणजे तुमच्या एम्प्लॉईजला सुद्धा ते ट्रॅफिक जॅमला समोर जावं लागतं. मी असं म्हणत नाही की फक्त ह्या बसेसमुळे ट्रॅफिक जॅम आहे, परंतु आपल्याला जेव्हा शक्य आहे तोपर्यंत याची सुविधा जर केली तर ती बरी होईल. पुढचा एक महत्त्वाचा मुद्दा आहे की फ्रॉड्स. मी जसं थेफ्ट म्हटलं त्या पद्धतीनेच एक फ्रॉडची पद्धत आहे. फ्रॉड्स दे मे बी इंटरनल फ्रॉड्स, एक्सटर्नल फ्रॉड्स आणि त्याच्यासोबत आले सायबर सिक्युरिटी. आता असे काही इन्सिडंट्स झालेले आहेत, जसं आता तुमचं हे कॉन्क्लेव्ह आहे, काही इंटरनॅशनल कॉन्क्लेव्ज असतात, समजा US असेल, सिंगापूरला असेल, दुबईला असेल, कुठे असेल, त्यांच्या काही वेबसाईट असतात त्याच्यावर तुम्ही रजिस्ट्रेशन करतात. आमच्याकडे अंधेरी ईस्टमधले एक आले होते, त्यांनी ॲग्री प्रोडक्ट ते एक्सपोर्ट करत होते आणि त्याचं एक एक्झिबिशन दुबईला लागलेलं होतं. ज्या कंपनीने ज्यांनी ऑर्गनाईज केलेलं होतं त्या प्रकारची एक वेबसाईट बनवली, त्याच्यावर यांनी रजिस्ट्रेशन केलं. 54 लाख रुपये त्यांचा तिथे स्टॉल लावण्यासाठी त्यांनी ते भरले आणि ते फ्रॉड झाले. म्हणजे जसं आपण म्हणतो की फिजिकल फ्रॉड, तसं सायबर फ्रॉड पर्टिक्युलरली कुठल्याही पेमेंट्स करताना बघा किती. मी असं पाहिलं की आमच्याकडे इथे IIT पण आहे, IIT पवईमधले काही इंजिनियर्स आहे की त्यांच्यासोबतसुद्धा सायबर फ्रॉड झालेत. त्याच्यामुळे कोणी असं समजू नये की मी खूप एज्युकेटेड आहे आणि मी खूप अवेअर आहे, माझ्याकडून होणार नाही. फिशिंग हे सायबर जे फ्रॉड करणारे क्रिमिनल जे आहेत आपल्यापेक्षा 100 पटींनी ॲडव्हान्स आहेत. त्याच्यामुळे सायबर अवेअरनेस बाबतचे काही इंटरमिडिएट, मी तर म्हणेल एम्प्लॉई वेलफेअर म्हणून सुद्धा तुम्ही घ्यायला हरकत नाही, त्यांचं पर्सनल वेलफेअर कुठेतरी सायबर अवेअरनेसचं वगैरे घ्या. तुमच्या तर कंपनीसाठी तर निश्चितच चांगलं आहे, परंतु बाकीच्यांसाठी सुद्धा त्यांच्या पर्सनल लाईफसाठी मला वाटतं की हे थोडंसं उपयुक्त ठरू शकेल. पुढचा एक महत्त्वाचा मुद्दा आमच्या दृष्टीने आहे की वुमन सेफ्टी. आता आपल्याला माहीत आहे की बऱ्याचशा, मला वाटतं तर 30-35% तर महिला काम करत असतील आणि त्या डे नाईट शिफ्टमध्ये करत असतात. अशा वेळेस जर कुठल्याही प्रिमायसेस असेल, प्रिमायसेसच्या बाहेर असेल, असा जर कुठला अनुचित काही प्रकार जर घडला तर आमच्याकडे एक इमर्जन्सी रिस्पॉन्स डायल नंबर आहे 112. यू कॅन कॉल इट ॲज अ पॅनिक बटन ऑल्सो. म्हणजे त्याचं जर 112 जर डाउनलोड केलं तर ते पॅनिक बटन पण त्याच्यावर येतं. तर असं जर कुठे एखाद्या कंपनीमध्ये किंवा रस्त्यावर किंवा ह्या कॅम्पसच्या बाहेर जर झालं, तो जो काही आमचा नंबर आहे 112 जो नंबर आहे तो नंबर आपण सगळ्या ठिकाणी जर तुमच्या एंट्री पॉईंटला जर लावला तर लोकांना कळेल की काही त्यांच्यासोबत काही तो निश्चितच या फक्त अंधेरी पोलीस स्टेशन पुरता नाही, इट इज ऑल ओव्हर इंडिया. तोच माणूस जर दिल्लीला जरी गेला, त्याला तिथे इमर्जन्सी काही पोलीस हेल्प पाहिजे असेल तर 112 त्यांनी डायल केला तर जवळच्या पोलीस स्टेशनची हेल्प त्याला मिळत असते. जसं आपण 108 आपण म्हणतो की इमर्जन्सी ॲम्ब्युलन्स सर्व्हिसेस, तसा हा ऑल ओव्हर इंडिया 112चा नंबर आहे. त्याच्यामध्ये मला वाटतं सगळ्यांना आपण आपल्या कंपनीतल्या लोकांना पण अवेअर करणं गरजेचं आहे. पुढचं एक महत्त्वाचं आहे की काही जर आपल्याकडे काही प्रोग्राम्स असेल किंवा आय डोंट नो की आपण त्याच्यामध्ये जे नवीन एम्प्लॉईज येतात किंवा कॉन्ट्रॅक्ट लेबर्स तुमच्याकडे येतात त्यांचं कॅरेक्टर व्हेरिफिकेशन वगैरे कधी केलं जातं की नाही मला माहीत नाही. चव्हाण साहेब, आपल्याकडे कॅरेक्टर व्हेरिफिकेशन यांचं येतं आहे की एम्प्लॉईजचं वगैरे कधी? हे बघा, कॅरेक्टर व्हेरिफिकेशन ही खूप सिम्पल प्रोसेस आहे. ऑनलाईन रजिस्ट्रेशन करावं लागतं. 100 का 150 रुपये त्याची फी असते मला वाटतं, आणि ते ऑनलाईनच कॅरेक्टर व्हेरिफिकेशन मिळतं. परंतु जर तुमच्याकडं कुठनं बाहेरनं एम्प्लॉईज येत असणार आहेत, तुमच्याकडनं बाहेरनं गार्ड येत असणार आहेत, तर मला असं वाटतं की किमान की पॉईंटवर जे काम करणार आहेत त्यांचं ऑनलाईन कॅरेक्टर व्हेरिफिकेशन तुम्ही करून घ्या. ऑनलाईन कॅरेक्टर व्हेरिफिकेशन काय आहे की जे एम्प्लॉईज आहेत त्यांची काही क्रिमिनल हिस्ट्री आहे का. इट इज अ इंडिकेटर. बघा, शेवटी निर्णय तुमचा आहे. एखाद्यावर एखादा गुन्हा दाखल झालेला असेल, परंतु तरी तुम्हाला घ्यायचं असेल तुम्ही घेऊ शकता, देअर इज नो बार. परंतु ॲटलिस्ट तुमच्या नॉलेजमध्ये ते येऊ शकतं की याची क्रिमिनल हिस्ट्री आहे, यांनी थेफ्टचा गुन्हा केलेला आहे, यांनी बॉडी ऑफेन्सेस केलेला आहे. तर मला अशी विनंती आहे की आपल्याला की किमान की पर्सन्स जे आहेत त्याचं जास्तीत जास्त कॅरेक्टर व्हेरिफिकेशन इथं आपण केलं जावं. पुढचा एक महत्त्वाचा मुद्दा आहे की आपल्याकडे काही VIPs व्हिजिटला येतात. जसं की ऑनरेबल प्राईम मिनिस्टर साहेब इनॉग्रेशनला, ह्या बिल्डिंगच्या इनॉग्रेशनला आले होते. काही फॉरेन डेलिगेशन्स वगैरे सुद्धाही येऊ शकतात किंवा येत असतील, आय डोंट नो. इथं बऱ्याचशा कंपनीज आहेत. TCSमध्ये तर आता बेल्जियमच्या प्रिन्स आले होते, त्याच्या आधी युरोपियन हे आले होते. तर असे काही फॉरेन डेलिगेशन्स असेल, VVIPs असेल की ज्यांना काही सिक्युरिटी प्रोटोकॉल्स असतात, असं जर काय असेल तर ते निश्चितच तुम्ही आम्हाला इन ॲडव्हान्स टाईम कळवलं पाहिजे. कारण हे सिक्युरिटी प्रोटोकॉल हे एकदम थरोली फॉलो करायचे असतात. त्या पद्धतीने आम्हाला पण खूप त्याच्यामध्ये अरेंजमेंट करावं लागते. सिक्युरिटीच्या आम्हाला त्यांचा ट्रान्सपोर्ट सिस्टम असेल, त्यांचा रूट असेल, त्यांचं रेस्टरूम असेल, इथपासून आम्हाला सगळं त्यांच्या सिक्युरिटीबाबत पाहावं लागतं. आणि सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचं की काही एक्स्टॉर्शन आणि थ्रेट्स, म्हणजे मी आत्तापर्यंत सिप्सबद्दल जे काही ऐकलं त्याच्यामध्ये एक्स्टॉर्शनचा प्रकार इथे माथाडींला आतमध्ये अलाउड नाही आहे. आपल्याकडे सगळ्यात मिच्युअस जो पार्ट जो आहे तो माथाडी आहे. म्हणजे बाहेर जर एखादा, मी इथे राहायला येतो आहे अंधेरी ईस्टमध्ये आणि मी माझं लगेज घेऊन आलेलो आहे, म्हणजे गाडी भरून आणलं आहे, घरातलं सामान आणलं आहे, आणि ते जरी खाली करायचं असेल तर माथाडी नावाचा एक प्राणी आहे, तो प्राणी तिथे येतो आणि त्याला मला लमसम अमाऊंट द्यावं लागते की तो ते खाली करणार. तो तर करत नाही, पण 1000, 2000, 5000 रुपये घेणार आणि दुसऱ्या लेबरकडून आपल्याला खाली करून घ्यावं लागतं. दॅट इज अ काइंड ऑफ एक्स्टॉर्शन. परंतु आमच्याकडे आम्ही खूप प्रयत्न करतो, आमच्याकडे तक्रार द्यायला कोणी येत नाही, परंतु हे कर्ब केलं पाहिजे. आणि सुदैवाने तुमच्याकडे कुठलाही इंटरनल याच्यामध्ये माथाडी हा विषय नाही आहे, राईट, अजूनपर्यंत नाही आहे. त्याच्यामुळे तुमच्याकडे इश्यू येणार नाही. परंतु इथले बरेचसे बिझनेसमॅन असतील की याच्या बाहेर पण बिझनेसेस असतील आणि तिथे जर काही इश्यू येत असेल तर मी त्यांना हीच विनंती करेल की जवळच्या पोलीस स्टेशनला तुम्ही कंप्लेंट द्या. कारण CM साहेबांनी पण हे सांगितलेलं की तो कुठल्याही पक्षाशी अफिलिएटेड असो त्याच्यावर कारवाई केली जाईल. कुठल्याही बिझनेसकडून, कुठल्याही व्यवसायाकडून एक्स्टॉर्शन जर कोणी करत असेल, कोणी धमकी देत असेल, किंवा तुमच्या इथेही बरेचसे कॉन्ट्रॅक्ट लेबर्स असतील, कॉन्ट्रॅक्ट्स दिले जात असतील, याच्यामध्ये जर कोणी धमकवत असेल, हे कॉन्ट्रॅक्ट मलाच द्या किंवा तुम्हाला हे कॉन्ट्रॅक्ट मलाच द्यावं लागेल, असे काही प्रकार असेल तर निश्चितच हे आमच्यापर्यंत येऊ द्या आणि आम्ही निश्चितच त्याचा बंदोबस्त करू. आणि शेवटचा महत्त्वाचा मुद्दा मला एक सांगायचा आहे की हा जो प्रिमाइस आहे, मला वाटतं हा परफोरेटेड नाही, म्हणजे पूर्ण कंपाऊंडेड आहे. मला वाटतं इकडची फक्त एक वॉल होती, तो गेट आणि ते पण झालेला आहे, त्याच्यामुळे तो काही विषय नाही. बाउंड्रीज ह्या मला वाटतं गार्डेड असाव्या, ॲटलिस्ट पेट्रोलिंग असावी त्याच्यामध्ये. तुमचं इंटरनल सेक्युरिटी सिस्टम, मी पण तुमच्या शिप्समध्येच राहतो गेस्ट हाऊसला, तर हे डबल चेकिंग होत असते. परंतु ह्या मेन गेटलाच जास्त होते. हे बाकीचे 2 गेट आहे, ह्या 2 गेटला तेवढी थरोली होत नाही. तर वॉलच्या बाजूनी पण मला वाटतं की थोडंसं पेट्रोलिंग असलं पाहिजे. CCTV नेटवर्क जे काही आहे, जेवढं तुम्हाला स्ट्रॉंग करता येईल तुमच्या सेफ्टी सेक्युरिटीसाठी खूप महत्त्वाचं आहे. CCTVs आर आवर आईज अँड इयर्स. त्याला आता मायक्रोफोन्स पण येतात, आणि त्याची एक जर आपण कुठे कंट्रोल रूम जर केली तर तिथून ते मॉनिटर पण करता येतात. तर हे छोटे छोटे काही विषय होते की जे माझ्या निदर्शनास आलेले होते, हे ते मी तुम्हाला पॉईंट आऊट केले. मला असं वाटतं की याच्या व्यतिरिक्त जर काही एखादा स्पेसिफिक जर कोणाचा क्वेश्चन असेल तर तो मी घेईल. कोणाचा काही पोलिसांच्या संबंधित आणि सिपच्या संबंधित वैयक्तिक असेल तर वैयक्तिक मी नंतर ऐकेन, परंतु असं जर काही असेल तर निश्चितच. थँक्यू. मला वाटतं सगळ्यांना यू ऑल आर सॅटिस्फाईड. फक्त एवढंच एक आव्हान करेल की जर भविष्यातही कुठे काही अडचण आली, डोंट हेजिटेट टू कॉन्टॅक्ट अस. सिनियर PI MIDC तिथे असतात. आमचे ACP शशिकांत भोसले आहेत, त्यांचं पोलीस अंधेरी ईस्ट रेल्वे स्टेशनच्या तिथे ऑफिस आहे, आणि माझं DCP ऑफिस हे पोलीस स्टेशनच्या 2nd फ्लोअरवरच आहे. मी दिवसातले 10-12 तास ऑफिसमध्ये अवेलेबल असतो. सकाळचा मॉर्निंगचा पोलीस स्टेशनचा व्हिजिटचा टायमिंग असतो, रात्री 8-9 वाजेपर्यंत असतो. कधी कोणाला काही अडचण आली, पोलीस स्टेशन तर आमचं 24/7 × 365 डेज चालू असतं. रात्रीसुद्धा काही विषय आले तरी पोलीस स्टेशनला स्टाफ असतो, पेट्रोलिंग मोबाईल्स असतात. आम्हीसुद्धा ती काळजी घेतो की सिप्स ही सेक्युअर्ड प्लेस आहे. आम्हीसुद्धा फार तुमच्या ह्या प्रिमायसेसमध्ये तुमची सिक्युरिटी एवढी आहे की आम्ही अनवॉन्टेड इंटरफरन्स तुमच्यामध्ये पण करत नाही. दॅट इज व्हॉट इज द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टंट थिंग. पण तुम्हाला ज्यावेळेस गरज लागेल त्यावेळेस निश्चित आमच्याकडे या. आमच्याकडून सर्वतोपरी हेल्प आपल्याला दिली जाईल. आणि कृपया इथं जे काही डिस्कस झालेलं आहे ते आपल्या आपल्या युनिटमध्ये तुम्ही सांगा. पर्टिक्युलरली ह्युमन सेफ्टी, वुमन सेफ्टी, सेक्युरिटी, विजिलन्स या बाबतीतचं जे काही आहे या बाबतीत, आणि मुख्यत्वे डायल 112. कोणालाही कधीही गरज पडू शकेल, काळ आणि वेळ विचारून येत नाही. आणि 112 असा आहे की अख्ख्या भारतामध्ये कुठेही गेला तरी तुम्हाला तो उपयोगी येणारा नंबर आहे. 112 आणि 108 ॲम्ब्युलन्ससाठी. धन्यवाद. आपण मला इथे बोलवलं, बोलण्याची संधी दिली, त्याबद्दल आपला सर्वांचा खूप ऋणी आहे. जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र.
थँक्यू सर. तुम्ही वेळ काढून इकडे आल्याबद्दल आणि एवढं तुमचं सहयोग दिल्याबद्दल सर आम्ही सगळे आभारी आहोत. विथ दॅट वी प्रोसीड with track 2, branding, redefining businesses. In today's competitive landscape, branding plays a pivotal role in shaping perceptions. Indian jewelry is globally renowned for its craftsmanship, but to maintain an edge, we must redefine our branding strategies and position India as a global leader in contemporary high-quality jewelry. To share his expertise on branding, we have with us Mr. Sachin Jain, educator at Leakehold School of Jewelry Arts, Dubai. Mr. Jain is a renowned jewelry artist, gemologist, and educator with over 24 years of experience in jewelry design, product development, marketing, and training. As director at Jonas Jewels, Dubai, he specializes in crafting bespoke high-end jewelry pieces for private clients. His passion for jewelry extends beyond creation. He is dedicated to educating and mentoring the next generation of designers. Mr. Jain is also a permanent lecturer at Lakewood School of Jewelry Arts, Dubai, where he shares his expertise in jewelry artistry and design with students worldwide. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Sachin Jain.
Thank you, madam, for the introduction, and thank you everyone for staying so long. I heard it's getting late, but thanks, and thanks to JJG EPC for this opportunity and giving the stage to share my some of the expertise. You heard that I've been in the field for 24 years, but not sharing the knowledge. Sharing the knowledge is more a hobby for me. It's been 8 years since 2017. I started teaching in different art schools just as a fun part for myself. I'm a thoroughly jewelry designer and gemologist, GIA graduate, and manufacturer. We do bespoke creation, and time to time I do some presentation in India as well. So thank you very much. Branding redefining. I would say India is doing amazing. When I hear some stories, I live in Dubai full time, and when I hear some stories in Dubai about India, especially from the field, I feel so proud that I tell my colleagues and people I interact with that that's my home. So I'm so blessed and very grateful. Branding redefining, we all So basically, we can say we are shaping a future of our business. So I have summarized a little bit in different way, segregated in few different topics, which I will just quickly go through. We are staying so long, but still I will continue on this. And this is about me. I already said few words, and it's been pleasure and passion to stay in this field. And I've been lucky to start my career when I was in high school. I started very early age, and I continued. And I say I've been lucky. Why I say that? Because I didn't have to waste my time after the university or college to think what should I do. And this is not my family business. I started it from the scratch, and so I feel so proud of myself as well. This is branding for myself. It's my part of my branding, basically. So branding, I would say, like, it's not just about logos, colors, and it's shaping the. It is about shaping the. It's about how people perceive a connection. And with your business, a strong brand derives recognition, trust, loyalty, and growth. We all are doing a lot of different activities to make our brand strong. So I wanted to ask you from your side, like, what does brand means to you? Any participants? Any few words? Anyone wants to say something? Like, what does it brand means for you? Like, what your brand stands for you? Yes, please.
How it makes you feel.
How it makes you feel.
The experience.
The experience. Experience for yourself and for the
I'm not
people.
sure what you mean.
Yeah. So exactly, that's how it is. How first it starts from you, like how you see and how you want to present yourself. It's always with you, and then how other people see as you. So I'm not sure about your name, sir, but. People might be saying that, okay, Mr. So-and-so does amazing job. So when they need something particularly, they think about you. Because you have been serving them first with your passion, what you want to do, and then what they want to do, they get it done. Not that like forcefully you are giving something which you only like. So it is always a collaborative work with you and your team and with the people who are interacted together with. So it's always good to work with the team of people. We do that, and also with our clients, let's say, right? Because at the end of the day, they give us the strength which we imagine, and we want to do that, right? So I have segregated brand and branding into different easy segments. What is the brand? As you said, it's a logo. We created the logo, and it's the name and the value. The values are was one of the very important when it comes with the branding. That could be like what material you are giving to your client, what are you doing for your clients, what are your promises to your clients. These are very important segment when it comes to brand. So I can say, like, I don't know much about Indian brands, but Tanishq, if I say, they authenticate everything what they are saying, I believe, right? So everyone is very easy to go again and again, and they continue with them forever. I've heard, like, some of my relatives, they go for 20 or 30 years, and whenever they need something, let's go to Tanishq. So it is very important that you stay strong with your values. And there should be a mission also with that what you want to achieve and what you want to cater to the market. Not only for your own self. Of course, it comes first for our own self, but then we need to see a bigger picture, that what we are serving to our community also, right? Towards that also, we need to do some activities so that we can go on a different level, and then that helps us for our brand automatically. And the reputation and voice is also important, and it gives us the wider audience. It makes us reach out to our wider audience, starting from region, local market, and then growing to the international market, and so on. And what is it, branding? Basically, I can say the branding is a very simple tool which helps us for our brand to grow, right? Anyone wants to add something on this? So the branding is basically a tool. It's a tool which helps us to shape our brand. It helps us to reach out to the wider audience. We use different tools, strategies, positioning, messaging, and visual we use a lot, and clients experience and the marketing. With the help of these different topics, we create our brand, and this helps us to reach out to outside the border what we think we do that. Before I move to the next segment, I really want to say thanks to my co-speakers who presented the very technical details, and I would say that is the very core of our business. I don't reach to that details because I'm a designer and a manufacturer, but we often have these issues, and I'm sure the audience who are sitting, they all have these issues of different metal issues and porosity of the casting and alloys mixing, and these issues are still very common. It's not that we have gone far of these issues. And also about the diamonds certification and the testing and everything. So really thank you everyone. You are the back of our bone, basically, like, you know, because of you, we can say that, okay, this is what it is, and I'm a gemologist, I can say something like, okay, this is a real diamond or not. But my client would definitely need something for me to give a authentication, which you people provide and you people help us. So thanks once again. So branding redefining the businesses. Basically the branding redefining businesses, we do have a certain type of brand, like a way of creating our brand. But then what does that exactly means for redefining? So what I have been doing for generations probably, that is very common in India also. We have been doing a certain type of work or certain types of way of creating our brand. But then it's very important that we take out that easiness or certain fixed parameter, and then we move away from what we have been doing. We have to create something new to reach out to the new audience, because life is moving. So who were the buyers 40 years ago, they might not be the buyers after another 40 years, right? So we have to find out something easy to supply or to cater to the new generation, basically. So we have to keep evolving, and we have to always redefine our business branding so that we can reach out to a wider audience, and we can continue reaching out to the new markets. So for that, redefining the brand could be about adopting the new trends, connecting with the new audience, and staying true to the customers. Value like sustainability, digital innovation, and emotional connections are also very important, and they give us a base and strength to stand with the passion and with the confidence. So why brand redefining is very important, and what does it matter for? Definitely to stay relevant to the market. What is the new trend? What are the new markets? Which is very important for the market to know, like what is going outside of the local market you are working. I just got to know, I was talking to some friends here, and I got to know that they hired a designer who used to work in Dubai for Damas. So they already got some benefits out of that, because that particular designer, he or she, they know international market, right? So it is always good to do this exchange. If someone is already working here in local market, that you send them abroad or somewhere else for them to be knowing the different market. And so vice versa. It's okay. And vice versa. So it is very important that we keep connecting ourselves with the new technology, new way, and new markets. For that, you could do quite a different process, exhibitions and all. I always see different vendors from India coming to Dubai or Sharjah, doing the participations and presenting their brand, which is a very good key factor. And adopting the new trends, it is very important that you keep adopting the new trends, because if you are doing what you are doing for generation, and if you are not applying a new way of work or new designs or new material, let's say, we are just working with the diamonds. A particular client might be bored after a few years that, okay, I have so many diamonds, what's new now, right? So then you need to bring something to that particular client which they might be interested to buy. So it is very important that you keep moving on, bringing out newness in your particular field, because you are a creator. When you create something, if you're going to keep creating something which is already done, very soon, I always say that if the jewelry design were not different, they were always been the same, the jewelry would be discarded soon. People will be bored, and nobody will buy the jewelry. Since we are doing always different product and different design and different creation, that's why we always, I'm sure some of us or many of us, we have a repetition of the clients. Why they do come us again and again? Because we have something new to serve them. So it is very, very important that we always bring out some new ideas for our audience. And competitive edges, it is with the branding redefining, you can really reach out, stand in the crowd. For example, let's say you are in a gathering where everyone is wearing, let's say, black and white, which happens mostly in the Western culture. But then if you are wearing a red color, what will happen? You will definitely be noticed, right? You will stand out of the market. So this is very also important that you implement such strategies that you are standing out from the market completely. Your brand should talk about something new, something unique, something extraordinary, which is not been talked or not been spoken and not been shown before in the market. And that's how you can stand. And that's not only one time a job. You need to continue, like the same thing. If you do once, it's okay, it's very good. But then you need to do again and again and again. This continuous process can bring out you to some higher limit where you can stand on a different level. Strength and customer loyalty also, it helps with because when you bring out something new in the market, and the customers definitely, they are staying with you, they know you, they know your name, and they know what you are giving them, so they always stay with you. So it is very important for, so I say for my work, from the beginning of my work, the clients I had, they are still with me, touch wood, because they know that Sachin is going to give a good job to them, good quality to them, and what I say, that's what I'm presenting to them. So it is very important that you stay true to your business. This is a very important line, just stay true to your business. Or you can say stay true to yourself. I'm not saying that some of us do or we don't do, but that's a very common problem in the market. We hear often that, okay, I got to know that it's a real ruby, but no, sorry, it was not real ruby, so someone cheated you. So I would like to really vouch on this. Nobody is doing it, but let's not think to do something like that again. So attract new opportunities when you grow and when you go out of the borders, what you have been doing, and you do something different. So you definitely attract some new opportunities. You do shows locally or you do shows abroad. So that is a very good activity that we need to keep doing it. And continuously, if we do such things, we're going to definitely have our brand on bringing on a different level altogether. So some of the strategies for branding international market brands they do. I'm sure most of us we know, and all of us, I guess all of us we know about the different brands, Cartier, Bulgari, and Van Cleef & Arpels, which is supporting the school where I teach, L'École. I don't know if you know about the L'École. It's a French school, and the main campus is in Paris, and then they have Shanghai and Hong Kong, and Dubai is their fourth permanent campus, where I give my services to teach there. So it is very important that for the international market, as we see some of the brands, they use, these are the few points I pointed out, like luxury and exclusivity. So they bring out something unique to you. That's why we think about, okay, let's go for Rolex, let's go for Omega, or let's go for Cartier, right? If I say the screw, the love bracelet, everyone knows that, right? Here, I guess? Yeah. So it is all about like you stay true what you are doing and keep doing that all the time. Heritage and craftsmanship, you bring out something unique in the market, but still you stay connected with your core, which you started with. So the love bracelet I'm talking about particularly, that is from 1940s or 1930s, which is still a hotcake in the market. So you see how they are keeping up with their brand, but then they are again presenting something new, connecting with the core business, what they are doing. Celebrity influencer, I'm not going to read out everything, just very quick points. And it's very important too that we keep connecting, staying with international market. If we can reach out to the international market, and it will give us a new field to work with and new ideas to work with. So international jewelry brands focus on luxury, heritage, sustainability, which is very important. Most of the brands in international market, they are connecting with the faithful sources. They are proving that their diamonds are or gemstones, wherever they are procuring, it's received from the very organic way. It's not, I guess we know that the red blood diamond movie thing, right? Which is not there anymore exactly. So it's very important that whatever we are procuring, we know that our sources are faithful. They are giving us a good material. They are giving us important also strategies like they are not giving them, they are paying to their employees, and all those things we need if we know, that's very important. By combining these, some of the strategies, they create strong and global recognition brand with a wider range of the customers, and we see that their customers are growing day by day, and they are still staying very popular and strong in the market. This could be a very easy roadmap for any business and especially for jewelry as well, that whatever projects you are planning on, you do a good research of that work before you implement that work. And then budgeting, of course, it helps us a very important part. Designing is also, we cannot ignore, like how you structure your whole business. And the construction, it's connecting with what you imagined, what you planned with your, like, okay, this is what you're going to do, that's what you're going to do. That's the construction field is going to help you to implement your idea. It's going to bring out on the table that you imagine something and now you have it ready with you. And the finalization, which is, I always say, a jewelry is not completed until it's worn by a client. So it is very important that a client picks it up and wear it and feel proud that you did a great job. With this, I would like to close up my presentation. Thank you very much to JJPEC, and thank you everyone. And
Thank you very much, Mr. Jain. We now present a token of appreciation to you, and I'm going to request Mr. Savankar Sen, from former convener SEZ, Managing Director, Senco Gold and Diamonds, to kindly join us. Thank you, Mr. Sen. I'd like to now extend a warm welcome to our guest of honor, Shri Dhaneshwar P. Patil, IAS Development Commissioner, SEEPS, Mumbai. Thank you so much for joining us here today, sir. My request to Mr. Colin Shah and Mr. Sabyasachi Ray to please do the honors of presenting a felicitation. Shri Dhaneshwar Balachandra Patil is a Joint Secretary level IAS officer with extensive experience in land management, industrial promotion, and finance. He holds a mechanical engineering degree from Government Engineering College, Aurangabad. As a Master of Public Affairs from the University of California, Berkeley. Currently, he is serving as a Development Commissioner, SEEPS SEZ. He oversees SEZs in Maharashtra, Goa, and the Union Territory of Dadra and Nagar Haveli, Daman and Diu. His leadership in land digitization, trade, and industrial development has earned national recognition, including praise from the Honorable Prime Minister for his successful implementation of the Swamitva scheme in Madhya Pradesh. Shri Patil has held key roles in finance, treasury, and industrial infrastructure, and was awarded the CM Excellence Award 2017 for resolving land acquisition challenges. His expertise in commerce, energy, and industry continues to drive meaningful change for business and citizens alike. Thank you for joining us here today, sir. We shall now proceed with the presentation on Indira, TBS Group and Chiche EPC have collaborated to promote natural diamonds in India through Indira, Indian Natural Diamond Retailer Alliance. This initiative provides independent retailers with AI powered campaigns, multilingual marketing tools, immersive storytelling, and staff training to enhance consumer engagement with natural diamonds.
Thank you. I think I hope everybody is so spread. You can come closer. We can make this place more warm. Uh, but what I want to tell you is not to give you a long presentation, but to highlight couple of opportunity that lies among all of us. Okay, be it a retailer, be it a manufacturer, and at the same time there is also a, I would say, need to build the category marketing in a much stronger way. Okay, so we need to build, reignite the desirability for natural diamond, and I think that's where De Beers is all known about. And this is not the first time De Beers actually, I would say, rekindling the desire of natural diamond. We have done in the past, be it from the World War to building a markets like Japan, US, China, India. If you recall, there was a time wherein through Nakshatra and Ask Me, those kind of program, the Indian market flourished for, the appetite for natural diamond has gone up. Yeah, so this is my favorite slide, okay. Let's talk the Indian economy first, and it's not a, secret anymore. If you look at current state of economy, we are almost a $3.1 trillion economy. In 2022, that was the number reflected. As of now, I think we are close to $3.5 trillion economy, and it is expected to be a $7.9 trillion economy. So imagine a situation wherein your income is doubled. Technically you are adding one more India in next 5 years. Okay, 5 to 6 years, you're adding one more India to it. If a person's income goes double in next 5 years, where is that disposable income actually going to? It will go towards the product that they desire, that they aspire to own. And jewelry sits in very, very uniquely in that desired state. So, of course, the per capita income is also getting down. These are the few statistics which is very relevant, why we should be looking at this number in a more, as an opportunity sense for what we have. And what is fueling this economy? Of course, the, microeconomical scenario, what is India is actually going through. It is an amazing situation. You go entire India, there's a huge amount of infrastructure work is happening. Real estate is booming. Lot of, at a micro level, you see the economy is growing. And also at the same time, a new opportunity coming into the middle segment, middle class, and there the woman economy is growing because a lot of companies are encouraging women employment and so forth, so on. So I think next decade, or I would say century, we have a strong future ahead. Now let's deep dive into the jewelry sector, and of course, everybody knows that how the end client loves the jewelry because the business is growing, and also at the same time there's a confidence of the brands and also the investor at the same time. If you look at Aditya Birla, new entrant to the industry, they have committed almost 5,000 crore into this business. They are already 15, 17 stores, and they are almost opening stores every week. And they have an ambition plan of adding 100 stores in next 2 to 3 years. So that's an opportunity as a manufacturer, that how do we be a part of that ecosystem? Because if the retail infrastructure is growing, they would need jewelry from somewhere, and who can provide? Of course, the domestic market, we have capabilities, but at the same time, if the retail expansion is happening, how do we build back-end infrastructure for jewelry? So that's the message I wanted to give you. Of course, in terms of valuation, Bluestone is going for $1 billion valuation. Everybody's Tanishq is a story, big success story. And we have Suvanka here. Of course, everybody knows about Senko's success in the listing phase. So again, this is a very old slide, but still relevant. India remains the second largest jewelry market, okay, after China. When I'm talking here, gold, diamond, everything put together, here. But at the same time, the organized retail is just 40% here. So there is a huge opportunity for organized retailer to grow. And at the same time, it is important the unorganized retailer to get organized. Okay, and no matter how deep you go, the family store, the mom and pop store in the jewelry segment will be continuing to stay relevant there. But a lot of things need to change because how we used to shop before, now how we are shopping now has completely changed. So we need to be aware of those things. Now just a pictorial one, and I have just updated one research data which came from Deloitte. So 2024, it's a $85 billion market. Our prediction is that, of course, GJPC and other studies says that by 2030, this industry will be $140 billion. We estimate it will be close to $120 billion. By 2035, in fact, Deloitte is predicting it will be somewhere between $225 billion to $250 billion domestic jewelry consumption market. So there is an appetite because it is linked to the income group, per capita income, everything. So that's a huge opportunity. So, and it is across the segment. It's gold, diamond, everything. But what is most interesting is diamond jewelry penetration is still less than 10%. So when you say out of $85 billion, $8.5 billion is natural diamond market. So that is a huge opportunity as a natural diamond, how you can grow there. Now looking at De Beers' role from past and how things used to be before, it is probably not the same way when we look at the future. But our continuous endeavor is that how do we stay relevant? And last 15, 20 years, probably De Beers has not done category marketing. And I think we must accept and take the responsibility. We should have continued pushing category marketing. But things were very different in last 15 years, but we are seeing future in a very, very different way. So just to highlight 4 pillars what we are focusing. One is category marketing, and that's where I will dwell upon more. In addition to that, we are also, De Beers also have an Institute of Diamond that is more of, a confidence building, I would say, institute that we grade diamond, we certify jewelry. But at the same time, we have verification technology, which is there. So now the conversation is not about confidence that is lying between midstream, but the conversation is moved to the end client, that is in the downstream at the store. Customer wants to know what exactly they are buying. Ultimately, they are the decision maker, whether they buy natural diamond or lab-grown diamond, but they want to know the actual, composition of the product when they want to buy. So that's why the verification technology, we just now launched again called Diamond Proof. It is something like a caratometer, which is a retail-facing detection machine, which a retailer can buy. Already synth detecting is very popular among the manufacturers, among the retailer, but this is a more presentable machine to tell the story of natural diamond at the retail. So we have launched that one. Creating value through brands. De Beers has 2 iconic brands. One is De Beers London. So that is the new branding which has happened. So again, that is our super luxury brand. Then we have Forever Mark, which is a premium positioning brand. So Forever Mark actually has gone through a little bit restructuring of business model. Instead of being a multi-brand outlet, we are repositioning as a retail brand, a jewelry brand. That is repositioning, and India is where we are starting first. July, we are launching our exclusive store. So idea is to build the brand right now, India for India. That means from product, tech, content, to everything, we are moving from London to India. So we are manufacturing every product in India, and it's a great initiative supporting Prime Minister vision of Made in India. But at the same time, we have vision that how do we take from India to the world. Now, just to quickly summarize on how we are approaching category marketing. And I think this is I would say, open invitation to everybody who is into gems and jewelry manufacturing, how you can be part of that ecosystem through Indra platform. In category marketing, we see a huge opportunity because, as I explained, obvious reason, there are a huge amount of retailer across the country. People are not sure that what they are buying, that they need to keep it in the store. That not necessarily about natural diamond or lab grown diamond. The kind of product, the kind of merchandising mix a retailer would need. Most of these are taken care by the organized retailer, but unorganized retailer who do not have a merchandising team or a planner to do the merchandising planning. So a seasonal buying happens during IJs and so forth, so on. But how do we bring intelligence to the buying so that they are more effective? So part one is that. The another problem statement is that even though you have the right product at the store, you don't know how to communicate it properly. That when the customer walks into the store, how do you address? Should you open up with a calculator or tell the story about the diamond jewelry? So these are the few problem statements that we discovered during our research. We reached out to retailer in the small town cities. And then we came up with the project Indra. Okay, before I jump into Indra, these are the broad program which we are doing under category. So we have just recently tied up with Tanishq. It's a vertical integration, wherein Tanishq is, of course, by far the number one retailer when it comes to in India market. They have a big, brand equity and something which customer relates to it more strongly. So we have tied up with them, and it's a vertical integration from polish requirement of Tanishq to the rough integration. So basically, going forward, Tanishq is working in that. How can then talk about traceability when you buy a Tanishq diamond? Recently, we just launched a program called Soulmate. Soulmate is an ideation which we create together. Is basically two polish coming out of one rough. And it is in a couple band, so it's in a band which is that's with that. Even though you are two different person, you are bonded together with that one diamond. That is the source which we have done. So that's about Tanishq. Can we go to the? So Indra, I think it's a great initiative. I think it is. It's beyond initiative, I would say. It's a commitment from GJPC and from De Beers that how do we educate, empower, and promote natural diamond selling process or build that desirability. And when we were designing that one, and I think Edie sir is here, I think he is a great mind, and we thought that, okay, how do we make sure that first the retailer have the confidence in the category? Okay, so basic things we need to go door to door, educate about the business first. What is that future lies for us? Whether which part of the business should we be committed to natural diamond or lab grown diamond. So we need to give the business intelligence to them. And end of the day, business guys, business people, the retailer, jewelers, everybody will take a business call. So there is an opportunity for both the category. Okay, but our objective here is to that how do we empower people to stay committed in natural diamond, because it has lasted so far and people have earned right kind of margin, profit and something. But how we used to do business to how we need to do business is completely changing. So Indra is the platform for addressing those future need for retailer and at the same time for manufacturer. So I have a small, of course I'm cutting this long story. We went to all the retailers in the country to find what kind of problem statement they have. So especially if you go to tier 2, tier 3 retailer, they have a dedicated customer. So every jeweler, every person in that city, small town, have a family jeweler, family lawyer, and a family doctor. So it's very common there. They have a strong pull of customer base. But there is a lot of complexity involved in buying diamond jewelry and selling diamond jewelry. So how do we address that problem? So I'll just show you the next one video, probably that will explain about Indra as a project. What is the initiative we have?
Diamonds have always held a special place in the hearts of Indians. India is the second largest market for diamond jewelry, a market that's predicted to reach a size of $17 billion in 2030. Yet the market penetration of diamond jewelry in India is only 10%. It's an opportunity that's waiting to be unlocked. While it may seem complex, Understanding diamond jewelry and leveraging this opportunity is simpler than you think. That's where De Beers Group, the world's leading diamond company, and GJ EPC come in. Presenting Indra, an exclusive program by De Beers Group designed in partnership with GJ EPC to educate, empower and enhance the business of jewelers like you. Whether you run a single store or multiple stores and want to expand your business, this is your moment to sparkle. Because when you stock natural diamond jewelry, it opens doors to unparalleled business growth with greater profit margins, new products that loyal customers are sure to admire, and premium brand appeal that helps you attract affluent customers. Retailers who register for the program will get access to a self-service platform, Indra Online, which is designed to enhance your business and help you earn more. The platform helps you promote diamonds confidently to customers by understanding the key aspects of natural diamonds, from valuation to the 4 C's: cut, clarity, color, and carat. It comes with training modules, engaging quizzes, and interactive games to train yourself and your sales staff. The platform comes with multiple language support, and it helps you with ready-to-use marketing collateral that can be customized for your brand. Through this self-service platform, you can raise your marketing game, create customized marketing content, ads, catalogs, social media posts, and in-store branding in your language, featuring your designs and logo. All you have to do is register with your name and KYC, upload your store logo and designs, select from customizable templates of ads and product catalogs, and voila, your personalized content is ready to be shared over any platform of your choice, be it WhatsApp or social media platforms like Facebook and Instagram. The Indra program also gives you access to a network of diamond wholesalers and retailers, industry knowledge and latest trends, helping you strengthen trade collaborations and boost profits. Indra is a step towards redefining your future in the Indian jewelry industry. It's time to dream bigger, shine brighter, and harness the brilliance of natural diamonds. Register today and join the diamond dream.
So basically, if you look at, I think the video does a justice to that. I think what we are trying to create is a platform. You know, imagine a retailer who is sitting at a Silchar, say place like Silchar also, who doesn't have a logo. We can help them create the logo using AI. And all you can do is that they have the customer, they may have the product, but they don't know how to sell, you know. So that how we are solving, you know. So basically, imagine through AI and through this platform, retailer can create own creative, which they can print it in store, using Facebook and Instagram. All they have to do is put their name, upload their product, and you have all the creative. So that is part one. Part two is also about educating them, you know, educating the sales staff that what kind of language they need to sell. So how they need to converse with the end client when they walk into the store. That part also doing one. Of course, we are also pushing a lot of marketing dollars to it so that they get benefit out of it. So again, how does that impact as a manufacturer? So what we are trying to do is that we also want to build, if we are reaching out to the retailer, to encouraging them to promote natural diamond, how we want to build that ecosystem that they're supported with the right kind of manufacturing facility. So I would encourage whoever is into jewelry diamond manufacturing, please register in Indra project. So in probably next end of this year or early next year, we want to create an Indra platform which will be hosted by natural diamond manufacturer, and we will bring in all the retailer across the country for 2 days forum, which we will create in partnership with GJPC, wherein of course we will bring in all our experience of De Beers, wherein we will get great speakers, but most importantly, we will tell the way how diamond jewelry need to be sold, and at the same time, we will create trading opportunity. Now the last pillar of our initiative, and I think it is the most exciting phase for us, March 21st, we are going live with this campaign. Okay, so like the good old days, we were thinking, what is that, the way we created Nakshatra, is there something we can create that people relate to it? And when you do a category marketing, it is so important that you need to have a cultural relevance to it. And after few research, we realized the rituals are very strong in India. Be it the religion you follow, or the rituals of Rakhi, or it could be a ritual of Diwali, Dhanteras. Every ritual is so close to us Indian. So we were thinking, what is the new ritual that we can promote and encourage people's desirability towards natural diamond? So we did a lot of research. I'm cutting the text too much. I think second piercing, which is a very untapped ritual, which is going in the new age woman. They are independent, they feel empowered, they want to take their own decision by the second piercing. Because when the girl who is born, the first piercing is done by the parents itself. It is not their decision. So what is my decision? That my second piercing, which gives me empowerment, it is my decision. So that is where we are looking at a second piercing as a second ritual, what we are looking in this category. So again, we are doing all 360-degree approach from traditional media to digital media kind of promotion. And last week itself, we have completed the shoot. We got the first cut of the creative and the animation, the film. But I thought, let me show you the teaser before the teaser is released. So I'm happy to share those creative here. So what we are calling is the Love from Dad collection. It's a very simple, generic product. It's a second piercing product. It could be 4 cent, 5 cent. It would be a cluster, small, anything. It could be anything, in fact. It is as generic as one could get. So can you do that help? Yeah. So I'm just showing you the film.
Others see a teenage tantrum. I see you standing your ground. Some see rebellion. I see a girl expressing herself. They see you breaking rules. I see you breaking judgments. The world sees stubbornness. I see a soft, soft heart. They see you as being difficult. I see you setting boundaries. I see you, my daughter. 16 and already owning your story. And I couldn't be more proud.
So this is the campaign which will go live. In fact, I was telling my team, if you needed a bald dad, I was very close. We could have saved some money there. But jokes apart, I think that's such a wonderful opportunity, and I am sure most of you have. I know, Colin, you have a daughter. You could connect to that. When I saw this ad for the first time, I could connect to this emotion. And I think India is rich about those emotions, and we believe in that ritual. And second piercing, we see a great opportunity there. It's a small movement, but we want to take that initiative. Going forward, in fact, in August, we are going a mega campaign. This one, we don't want to wait till August. We thought, let us start something and we'll get better there. So, but when we do August edition launch, there we want to build ecosystem more stronger. What is that ecosystem we mean? We want the manufacturer to be ready with those products. So we will release the, before, at least 8 weeks before the collections, what is going to be in the campaign. So it is quite democratic. Everybody who is into natural diamond will have an access to those design. And we will start, at least B2B platform, we will start talking to them. them that they need to buy this product when we will do the large campaign. They can take the benefit of the walk-ins if it gets generated. At the same time, this creative will also be available in Indra platform. So if at the end you can see this creative can be used by a Ganesh jeweler even in Silchar or any other place they are looking at. All they have to do is that put their name, put their product, they will have a still image based on this creative. So these are the print media. So imagine you have this print ad and you can have the retailer's logo there. This is for the generic campaign. For this one, anyway, we are using Divya's name and we are moving ahead to this. But yeah, this is the initiative which we have just started. We will go live in March 21st. And Trithya show that is in Bangalore. We are going aggressively educating retailers to be part of Indra project. But I would encourage, if you all are manufacturer, be part of that ecosystem, take the advantage of this platform. This is a very generic product, very, very generic product if you see. It could be any scent and it could go as high as possible, but purely focusing on second piercing. Yeah, so thank you very much. I would request everybody to log into Indra, register at least now, for now, and we will start keeping you a message on that. Thank you so much.
With that, let's hear a round of applause for the Managing Director, DBOs and Forever Mark India, Mr. Amit Pratihari. Sir, thank you so much for joining us here today. My request to Colin, sir, to please step forward and present a little token of appreciation. Our next session is on export development via EODV, SEZ Vision 2030. Ease of doing business, EODB, has been a critical factor in making India a global manufacturing hub. SEZ plays a significant role in facilitating exports, and today we have industry leaders and policy makers who will discuss the future roadmap of SEZ Vision 2030. To begin with, we have a presentation by Mr. Nishant, Partner ALP, on the draft report of common SOPs for SEZs.
Perfect. Good evening, everyone. First of all, thank you to GJPC and people of the dais, the dignitaries. This is in relation to the exercise that ELP has carried out, and therefore I was a little uncertain as to how to depict the title of this presentation. And as I have highlighted here, the whole exercise was to identify avenues to enhance the efficiency of special economic zones and units which are operating in the special economic zones. This exercise was the initiative of GJPC, where ELP was asked to carry out a certain sort of analysis based on inputs which have been received. Let me go to the next slide and explain where the implications or the concerns were coming in. As we go to, so as most of us here are aware, SEZs have been initiated as the engines of growth initially when SEZs were conceptualized. We had various units, and especially jewelry units, which were set up in SEZ because a number of tax benefits were being provided. These tax benefits have gone into a sunset. However, these units have been established and they are still operating. Over a period of time, what we've seen is that because the SEZs are operated in different parts of the country and are typically administered by development commissioners, there has been a difference in the manner of compliance, procedures, processes, etc. to be carried out from SEZ to SEZ. This, in a way, is resulting into some sort of inefficiencies for the units which are operating in SEZ. And the purpose, therefore, of this presentation or this exercise was to identify as to what are the typical issues where we are seeing these concerns, these difficulties, etc., which are existing, and identifying avenues to overcome these concerns or inconsistencies so as to make units operating SEZ much more effective, much more efficient. And our whole exercise has been focused on that. The whole purpose of the exercise was to study the existing policies, the existing operational mechanisms, the requirements, the compliances, etc. in different SEZs, talk to the stakeholders, and then identify how do we find a solution to bring about a consistencies and efficiency of the SEZs. The whole approach was broken into 4 parts which were carried out. First one being a stakeholder consultation. So as a team ELP, we visited multiple SEZs, had discussions with unit holders, also service providers within SEZ to identify where have been the concerns that they've been facing and what could be done to make their operations much more efficient and effective in these SEZs. Followed by that was, in this we had interactions with unit holders. We also had with the development commissioners or the assistant development commissioners in various SEZs. Post which there was various research which we had carried out in relation to the laws applicable in, of course, the SEZ Act rules, etc., but also certain state-related regulations which come into play, and also certain other legislations applicable in India which could have a similar implication as the SEZ law would have, and tried identifying what could be a replication of a law which is already existing in India under a different statute. The third one was a comparative analysis of certain SEZs operating in other jurisdictions and which we believe have been operating successfully. We identified Dubai, where DMCC is one of those, and the other one was South Africa, 2 of which have been very effectively been operating. And the last one was the culmination of all of this analysis that we carried out to identify where are the concerns and therefore what is the recommendation or what is the aspect that should be taken into consideration or implemented to make the operation of the SEZs much more effective. Having said that, so these were some of the SEZs that we had visited for consultation purposes and met with the unit holders as well as the DCs, the ADC in relevant jurisdictions. Some of the issues that we identified, and these are not all, but I've tried to identify some of the major ones considering paucity of time. But say for example, one typical issue which we saw is that due to the sunset of various incentives, which were mainly the tax incentives which were granted to SEZs, there have been premises within SEZs which have been now not being fully functional. Either they are partially functional because of the cyclical environment or they've been fully redundant. However, these units are not being vacated and emptied out for new units to be set up. One of the reasons being that the procedure or the manner of vacating or exiting an SEZ is quite cumbersome. More than cumbersome also it is that the unit holder, when he initially pitched for it, does not believe that the full return for his value or the time value for money till the time that he's held the unit is becoming available to him. And therefore we have suggested that there is a need for identifying avenues by which the unit holder would be willing, if the unit is remaining idle or in case the unit is being operated partially, then there is a situation where it is cyclical, in which situation then can they identify avenues where that unit could be subcontracted or could be used partially by another operator during the period that it is remaining idle, just to make the efficiency or the utility of the SEZs much more effective. Those aspects were identified. The second similar issue was subcontracting. Today, as most of us here are aware, jewelry, a piece of jewelry requires multiple hands to be passed through before it comes into existence, starting from a stone which is put in, from the cutting and polishing of the stone to the making of the casing in which the stone is put in, to the polishing and various aspects relating to that. It may be possible that not everything can be carried out within the SEZ. Today, there is subcontracting which typically happens in the DTA even for a piece of jewelry to be manufactured. In SEZ, if somebody wants to undertake that part of subcontracting, it becomes really difficult. It is not as easy and convenient. As a result, what is happening is that some of the SEZ units are not able to do the entire whole hog or are not able to efficiently operate their unit to make it most effectively, resulting into outputs or the output being sold to them at an effective rate. The request here was that if certain aspects, I'll take a simple example. If rough diamond is procured by an SEZ and he wants to send it out for cutting polishing, because you may not be able to set up a cutting polishing unit within the SEZ, it is not permitted today. Now that becomes a big constraint, which is actually resulting into the stones moving out of the country, coming in, getting cut, polished, again going out and coming into the SEZ. By the circuitous route, if it requires any permission to be granted, can that be looked into? This is just one aspect that I'm showing. There are multiple such aspects which come into existence, and therefore we had highlighted that there is a need for this whole subcontracting provision to be relooked from the perspective of SEZ if you really want SEZs to become again the, as we call, the engines of growth or the engines of export. Some such issues are there. I'm not going into the whole detailing of those. There are other aspects also which we've highlighted. One is the movement of the raw material, second is the subcontracting, third is even the wastage norms. If you see, the FTP itself provides for certain wastage norms, but the SEZ wastage norms are a little different and they are more constrained. Why so? If you're providing for the DTA, make it available for the SEZ as well. And lastly is the digitization of the processes. Some SEZs have moved in, some SEZs are not fully digitized, and therefore systems are taking some time. So the request was that there is a need for consistency and a need for simplification to allow these SEZs to operate much more efficiently, the units within SEZ to operate much more efficiently. Another aspect which was coming through in our discussions was that developers at the initial stage put up top-class facilities, world-class amenities, infrastructure, etc. Just putting up that at the time when you want new entrepreneurs to enter your unit is good enough. But is it good enough to not maintain? And today what we are seeing is a lot of these infrastructures are not being maintained by developers. So the request was, like there is an obligation on the unit to achieve the NFE, should there not be obligation on the developer also to ensure that the maintenance of not just the infrastructure, if a developer has asked say jewelry units to be set up, then all the other infrastructure requirements like availability of gold or the carriage of gold through special security carriers or availability of vaults, etc., should all be available in most of these SEZs if you are wanting jewelry units to be functioning there. What we came to know is that the infrastructure facility is not to its optimum level, continuing to operate in these SEZs. At one point in time it was. But today I cannot afford with just one carrier being there or gold not becoming available in the shortest lead time that I want. And that affects my efficiency of operating in the SEZ unit. So that's again another concern. Again, certain SEZs located in prominent jurisdiction are facilitated. Certain others are not. Why such discrepancy? If you are having SEZs, if you are having an SEZ Act, you are having an SEZ policy, should there not be consistency of all aspects which should be available? The other part was various other miscellaneous costs. Say for example, most states have given stamp duty waivers. But some states have said that no, we are not giving a stamp duty waiver, but we'll give you a stamp duty refund. Now again, why difference in policy? Because a waiver is a cleaner aspect of saying that okay, it's waived and it's not applicable. But when you put it a refund procedure, there is another compliance requirement you are creating. There is another burden that you are creating. So we were again suggesting that there is need for those kind of inconsistencies to be eliminated. Again, costs of various amenities, facilities, lease rentals, etc. Lease rentals we can understand that it may vary jurisdiction to jurisdiction. But again, correlation needs to exist. There needs to exist a basis by which these lease rentals can be charged. Just because certain jurisdiction has higher demand and therefore because it's not a normal commercial aspects. It's a developer's prerogative of giving it for lease rental. So there needs to be certain procedures to be provided, and therefore the center one which you are mentioning, and I'll reflect in comparison to some of the global SEZs we've seen, we were of the view that there is need for a standard operating procedure which can be brought out for the SEZs in relation to some of these aspects which I've shown and many more other aspects to be covered, which that SOP becomes applicable to units operating in SEZ, developers who have set up those SEZs, and for the administrative authority also, so that there is consistency in the compliances I carry out, there is consistency in the obligations that the units are required to satisfy, and there is consistency in the developers providing the infrastructure and continuing to providing the infrastructure for all times to come. This would regain the confidence that the units have in the SEZ, because today anyways tax benefits are generally also not available, and units are not looking at tax benefits. They are looking at a more secured, specific environment, an enclave, a jurisdiction in which they can operate more effectively. This is just a comparison of some of the aspects we thought, comparing the Indian SEZ legislation and their existence with the Dubai SEZ, like I said, and the South African. If you see in Dubai, and that's one of the reasons for its flourishing and popularity also, single window clearance, it is a true single window clearance. They actually have just one window with very few people sitting there because everything is digitized. In India, we have single window clearance. There is a single application which is required to be filed, but unfortunately the approvals are given by multiple authorities. So therefore, my single application actually moves from window to window to window. So is it single window then? You may call it as a single window, but it doesn't continue to be a single window. SOP, we have for certain aspects, circulars have been issued, procedures have been laid out, but do we have a authorized, statutory, mandatory SOP in place? I think there is a need for one. And it will become obligatory for everyone wanting to operate within the SEZ to follow that. Infrastructure, I've already spoken on that. Regulatory restraints, there are certain regulatory restraints which are becoming a constraint for SEZs to function effectively, efficiently, smoothly in the manner that we would have preferred. From a dispute resolution perspective, actually there is no specific dispute resolution mechanism if there is a concern for SEZ. So today a unit is having some dispute with the developer and wants to exit. There is no special carve-out or a special understanding by an authority who understands that how this litigation should be resolved. Because SEZs are special enclaves. They need to have a special body which will look into litigation relating to them. Networking assistance, again, one more added point which we saw in some of the international SEZs, that within the SEZs they conduct networking enclaves or networking possibilities for other external stakeholders to come in. And lastly, the cost of operation. Cost of operation, of course, the international cost of operations are much higher, but we believe that while in India the cost of operation is low, if the efficiency is brought in, then even if a higher cost is levied, it may be affordable for the units because now they are operating quite efficiently and they are able to be in a position to bear those costs. I was given a very limited time on this one. I don't want to take more time. I know we are running a little behind schedule. I will just touch upon my last slide. So therefore, certain conclusions and way forward that we had identified based on the analysis and study we carried out, addressing the challenges set out in some of the slides which I have already showcased, where more importantly, efficiency through focus on consistency. Even if you are able to bring in consistency among various SEZs, and that too through the creation, adoption and implementation on an SOP, we believe a lot will be achieved. Of course, supporting that would be reducing compliance burden and global competitiveness. A sort of a collaboration between the stakeholders and the government, because there are issues that the stakeholders have, and issues are not the same in all SEZs, it's varying. So each stakeholder within an SEZ going to his administrator may not suffice. There is need for all DCs or all the administrators to be sitting together and hearing the whole bunch of stakeholders within the SEZ. I've already highlighted some of the benefits or some of the aspects of the international SEZs which have been really effective. And finally, like I said, the crux and the whole thing is we have rules, we have regulations, we have procedures, etc. Maybe there is a need for a simpliciter, for use of a better word, I would say crash course for dummies kind of an SOP. If that SOP is put into play along with the formats, etc., and made it applicable to all SEZ, it will start running much more effective, efficiently. You don't need to invest new time, new efforts in only compliance and focusing on that. With that, let me end my session here. Happy to answer any questions if you all have. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nishant. And with that, I'm going to request our Executive Director, Mr. Sabyasachi Ray, to please do the honors of this felicitation.
So we have put this together. I think there will be a discussion. Okay, sure. I think the thought process is there will be a discussion within the committee to identify which of these seem to be the more effective and urgent and eminent ones, and then identifying the possible solutions. Like I've given some of those, and then maybe making representations to the relevant authority to seek their blessings for the implementation of some of the observations that we've made, the suggestions that have been identified.
Based on that, once we as a council accept this is the total presentation, that these are the problem statement, these are the solution what as a council we require, because this will be too much skewed to the jewelry sector. Though it is true for a lot of other sectors also, but this is skewed for the jewelry. We had done the study for the jewelry sector only. He has gone around in all the SEZs. Then we will present it to the government. Maybe, of course, you are there. The commissary told that take a time from me and give a presentation, but before going to commissary, we may go to Mr. Bimalanand. Bimalanand is the joint secretary for SEZs. So there we'll first present it, and then whatever he accept or not, based on this, will in the entire gem and jewelry presentation, because this is one of the areas. Today I could not give the presentation. What we are looking at it, that day commissary has told that the sector has to move rapidly from diamond cutting and polishing to jewelry. So we have already started working for that, how the investments will come. We are talking to Hong Kong, China +1. There's a lot of things will go on. So this will be part of that thing. Because they will only come if these procedures are in place. Very simple.
Thank you so much, sir.
I think that should have given you some more insight.
No, absolutely. That is
this is what I thought. I have not taken the committee in the confidence, but this is what I thought the procedure, you know.
Thank you.
Sabyasachi sir, I'm going to request you to stay there for another felicitation, and this time it's for Mr. Surendra Malik, Joint Development Commissioner, JDC, Noida, SEZ. Mr. Surendra Malik, an officer of the 2010 batch of the India Revenue Service, Customs and Indirect Taxes, is currently serving as the Joint Development Commissioner of Noida Special Economic Zone with over 20 years of experience. He has played a key role in customs, taxation, trade facilitation, and enforcement of fiscal laws. Previously, he has served as Deputy Director at the Directorate of Enforcement, where he led major FEMA and PMLA investigations. He has also held key positions in Customs, Central Excise, and GST administration, contributing significantly to policy implementation and regulatory reforms. His expertise in economic governance, enforcement, and trade facilitation has made a lasting impact in his field. With that, we'd like to hand over to you, sir, for a special address.
See, we would like to state that, what he will, I have told that what he will address, just now it is a good opportunity that Nishant ELP has presented, that the problem statement, to an extent, whatever he has gone through all of India. And in our sector, SEZ and Noida are the largest SEZs. In fact, Noida has its own characteristic and we have our own characteristic. So they come from there, and Noida is also involved. Today, I can tell you also that Noida is involved into the PSR norms of the, whatever the BTA we are about to sign with, or maybe sign or not sign, you do not know with USA. So from there, they have that bird's eye view of the whole SEZ gem and jewelry perspective. So I would request sir, so if he can give whatever he has seen, based on that, his inputs from the other regulator side, what he feels.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving us that clarification. Over to you, sir.
Good evening to all. First of all, I want to thank you to EPC and the organizer of today's function that they have invited me. First of all, I want to give a brief over the SEZs. That SEZ is basically a territory within the territory which is deemed to be considered as a foreign territory for all practical purposes. And the purpose of SEZ is basically for promotion of the export and to create the good infrastructure and to create more and more employment. As I was present here since the start of the function, तो मैं आज ये देख रहा था कि प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी साहब सर वाज सेइंग कि इंडिया को अभी 10 टाइम्स इवॉल्व होना है. अभी 3 ट्रिलियन है, 30 ट्रिलियन तक हमें जाना है. तो उसके लिए मैं ये कहूँगा कि जेम्स एंड ज्वेलरी सेक्टर में जो आज स्कोप है, अभी हमने वो हार्नेस ही 50% किया है. यदि हम उसको हार्नेस 100% करेंगे तो इकोनॉमिक जो एक्टिविटीज़ हैं और ज़्यादा इवॉल्व होंगी. जैसे मैं नोएडा SEZ को देखता हूँ कि हमारे यहाँ 50,000 पीपल रोज नोएडा SEZ में एम्प्लॉयड हैं और अराउंड 5 लाख पीपल इंक्लूडिंग आवर प्राइवेट SEZ एम्प्लॉयड हैं. अब इतने लोग एम्प्लॉयमेंट होने से बेसिकली टुडे वी कलेक्ट मोस्ट ऑफ द टैक्स फ्रॉम द GST एंड इतनी एम्प्लॉयमेंट होने से कंज्यूमर हमें ज़्यादा मिलते हैं, कंज्यूमर होने से टैक्स ज़्यादा मिलता है, गवर्नमेंट के पास रेवेन्यू ज़्यादा आता है. तो ओवरऑल इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटीज़ हमारे देश में बढ़ती हैं इन चीज़ों से. तो अब मैं जैसे सर ने बताया कि मैं उस पॉइंट्स पे आऊँगा जो अभी डिस्कस हुए थे. तो फर्स्ट पॉइंट वाज कि हमारे यहाँ SEZ के अंदर लैंड के ऊपर डिस्प्यूट्स है. इसका मेन रीज़न, लैंड का डिस्प्यूट होने का रीज़न ये है कि SEZ में जो लैंड हम अलॉट करते हैं बेसिकली दैट इज़ ऑन लीज. और इंडिया के अंदर लैंड प्राइसेस ओवर द ईयर्स इंक्रीज होने से कोई भी यूनिट उस लैंड पे अपना राइट नहीं छोड़ना चाहता, वो उस राइट को रखना चाहता है फ्यूचर अपने प्रोस्पेक्ट को देखते हुए. तो इसके लिए हमारे SEZ एक्ट में ही एक प्रोविज़न है स्पेशल कोर्ट का. उसमें आप यदि अपनी प्रेजेंटेशन ऐड करें तो यदि हम स्पेशल कोर्ट सिर्फ SEZ के लिए हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, स्पेशली जहां SEZ हैं, वहां यदि हम नॉमिनेट करा दें तो उससे डिस्प्यूट रेजोल्यूशन एक काफ़ी स्पीड अप हो जाएगा. स्पेशल कोर्ट इज जैसे CBI और ED की स्पेशल कोर्ट होती है. एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट में स्पेशल कोर्ट का पर्पस रहता है कि एक ही जज उस तरह के केसेस को सुनवाई करेगा. तो यदि कोई एक पर्टिकुलर जज रहेगा तो उसको SEZ के इश्यूज बहुत अच्छे से क्लियर हो जाएंगे. ही गेट टू नो दैट दिस लैंड इज ऑन द लीज एंड द लीज ऑटोमेटिकली एक्सपायर्ड विद द एक्सपायरी ऑफ द LOA. तो ये डिस्प्यूट रिड्रेसल के लिए दिस इज द वन थिंग विच वी कैन adopt, which we can do. And the other thing is like the single window clearance. In SEZ, I think most of the things are done by the unit approval committee. Very few things which are in the jurisdiction of the state, like fire NOC और जो state के पास हैं, वो अभी हमारे डेवलपमेंट कमिश्नर की परमिशन से नहीं हो पा रही हैं. तो उसके लिए भी हम डेफिनेटली कर सकते हैं, पर दैट डेलीगेशन ऑफ द पावर इज मेड थ्रू द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट टू द डेवलपमेंट कमिश्नर. तो वो जो सिंगल विंडो क्लियरेंस में 2-3 चीज़ें मिसिंग है वो इजीली हम उसको कोप अप कर सकते हैं कॉमर्स मिनिस्ट्री के थ्रू. स्टेट गवर्नमेंट जो अपनी पावर को अभी तक नहीं दिया है, जैसे एक और पॉइंट माय प्रीवियस हैज मेंशन्ड लाइक द stamp duty case. Stamp duty case is also the subject matter of the state government. तो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को हमें कन्विंस करना पड़ेगा कि इन स्टेट ने हमें स्टैम्प ड्यूटी का वेवर दिया है, आप इसको रिफंड ना करके इसको वेवर में चेंज कर दो. आई थिंक इफ यू एक्सप्लेन टू द कंसर्न स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, डेफिनेटली द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट विल easily accept this demand. Like in UP, Noida, we have the full concession of the stamp duty. And the other points are the infrastructure. I think that most of the SEZs are now focusing on the infrastructure. Like the Madras SEZ is also investing a lot over the infrastructure. I think SIPS is also having the good infrastructure. In Noida SEZ, we are investing 120 crore over the infrastructure. We are making complete new roads, new renovation of all the SDFs. Everything is taken care of. And in the coming, I think 2-3 months, if you visit to our Noida SEZ, you will compare it with one of the best in the country, and definitely comparable with the other countries' SEZ also. And the regulatory framework, yes, I agree. There are we have to balance between the enforcement and the facilitation. तो उसके लिए आप की जो टीम है वो हमें सजेशन दे सकते हैं, गवर्नमेंट को सजेशन दे सकते हैं. कुछ रिडंडेंट प्रोसेस है जो ओवर द टाइम उसमें है, प्रैक्टिस में है, which we can easily carried away with, and we can digitalize. In the Noida SEZ, we have digitalized most of the things. Nothing is on the paper now. We have all the e-office, e-filing, everything is online. Yes, in the other SEZ also we can implement these type of things so that the less paperwork will be there and the less person-to-person, man-to-man interaction will be there, so that we can overcome with the other practices also. So that I think most of the SEZ are in the phase, or they have achieved like this paperless office. Dispute resolution, definitely I think if we make aware of our advocates, if we create special courts, then definitely we can get away with the 70-80% of this land issues very easily. And the cost of operation, definitely the cost, you have to compete in the international market. The cost is the basic thing. If you reduce the cost, then only you can be competitive with the other players in the international market. And for this, I think we have to become more facilitative. Custom procedures should be more pro to the exporters, and उसके लिए आप जो भी सजेशन मतलब आपकी टीम दे, और हम इन नोएडा SEZ वी ट्राई टू बिकम 24/7, बट 24/7 आइडली नहीं होता है. पर यदि कभी हमें लगता है कि हॉलीडे है या कुछ है, वी ट्राई टू मेक श्योर कि हमारा कोई ऑफिसर एग्जामिनेशन और असेसमेंट के लिए रहे. तो इस तरह की आप हमारी तरफ से बीइंग अदर साइड ऑफ दैट, वो हमें लगता है कि हम पूरी तरह फैसिलिटेशन दे रहे हैं, पर उसके बाद भी यदि एज ए ट्रेड आपको कुछ लगता है, एज ए काउंसिल आपको कुछ लगता है, यू कैन प्लेस योर सजेशन. डेफिनेटली मिनिस्ट्री भी उसको वो करती है, और एज ए SEZ भी हम उसको अलाइन करते हैं. तो इसके अलावा आई थिंक आप मतलब यू हैव टू कॉम्पीट इन द इंटरनेशनल मार्केट. जो अभी तक के लेक्चर्स हुए हैं, तो उसके जैसे एडॉप्शन ऑफ AI, एडॉप्शन ऑफ ब्लॉकचेन, प्रोडक्शन को बेटर करना, कॉम्पिटिटिव करना, जैसे यहीं CFC के को कर एक आपको कॉम्पिटिटिवनेस और बेटर कर दी है. तो इस तरह के और ज़्यादा मेथड्स बना के उसको और बेटर किया जा सकता है, कॉम्पिटिटिव किया जा सकता है, और इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में अच्छा ब्रांड एस्टेब्लिश करके, जैसे ब्रांडिंग के ऊपर भी हैड अ वेरी गुड लेक्चर, कि यदि अच्छी ब्रांडिंग की जाए और उसमें वैल्यूज़ को मेंटेन किया जाए, तो इंटरनेशनली वी कैन मेंटेन अ वेरी गुड ब्रांड्स ऑल्सो, क्योंकि लॉन्ग टर्म में वही रहेगा. OEM से बेटर है कि अपनी मार्केट क्रिएट की जाए, अपने ब्रांड्स क्रिएट किए जाएँ, और उसके लिए आई थिंक द गवर्नमेंट इज़ वेरी कीन कि हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़े. हम जो 10 times इकॉनमी है वो आप लोगों की ही वजह से 10 टाइम्स हो सकती है. वी आर जस्ट द फैसिलिटेटर, और फैसिलिटेशन में वट एवर बेस्ट वी कैन डू, you can give us the suggestion, and from our side we are always welcome to have those type of things. And मुझे लगता है कि ओवरऑल इकॉनमी के लिए, कि ओवरऑल एम्प्लॉयमेंट के लिए आप ही इकनॉमी के हीरोज़ हैं, आप ही इकॉनमी के ड्राइवर्स हैं. तो हम तो एक हेल्पर की तरह आप लोगों के साथ हैं, क्योंकि नोएडा में मेरी जब से पोस्टिंग है, इट इज़ अ वेरी फुलफिलिंग असाइनमेंट व्हेन आई सी thousands of the people coming in the morning, and those people are very ordinary, some are very unskilled, semi-skilled, nearby villagers. उनकी लाइफ की क्वालिटी मल्टीपल टाइम्स इम्प्रूव हुई है बिकॉज नोएडा SEZ is there, manufacturing sectors are there, and around 50,000 into 4, 2 लाख लोगों का मतलब एक रोजगार नोएडा SEZ से है. तो I think you people are doing a great job, and whatever hindrance is there in your path, we are there for you, and it is our duty also. And overall development के लिए, overall economic growth के लिए, I think export and the business are the main economic heroes, economic creators. Anything, any question from your side? Hi.
I hope Mumbai SEZ also.
I think so.
Be a good example to us to ramp up. We have been very slow in doing things here, so we should.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you are.
I would like to. Sir. 120 crore expansion. SDF का भी renovation कर रहे हैं, so definitely it's something we have a lot to learn from you.
Sir, I think then.
The way you must have given out your tenders, the way costing must have been done, the way budgeting must have been done, ये सब तो हमको काफी हमसे सीखना मिलेगा.
तो हमने सर मतलब EIL, one of the best PSU, EIL and NBCC, we have engaged these two PSUs, the best of the quality. Our development commissioner daily हम साइट पे जाते हैं, साइट पे विजिट करते हैं, हर चीज़ हम उनको फाइनल करने से पहले उनको हमारा टिक लेना रहता है. जैसे घर बनाते हैं अपना, तो वैसे नोएडा SEZ में काम हो रहा है. और आफ्टर 2 मंथ आई एश्योर यू कि मुझे लगता है कि सिंगापुर स्टाइल में आप नोएडा SEZ को देखेंगे.
After 2 months, we will come visit you.
Please, you are most welcome.
Definitely, because we'll have a lot to learn.
Yes.
We should come with a team from SEZ here, SEEPS SEZ, maybe the DC or with the JDC or concerned people, including some people from the trade, to come and understand if you have done so much and you're spending this kind of money, definitely there will be a lot of learning. So, great. Congratulations for doing such a good job.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And with that, we would conclude today's impactful sessions. A big thank you to our sponsors once again. And for the vote of thanks, I'd like to call upon Shri Suvankar Sen, the MD, Senco Golds and Diamonds.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you to the august audience for being here the whole day. Maybe it was intellectually very encouraging and learning for all of us. When we talk of technology, we spoke of branding, we spoke of policies. And I hope that those who are present here and those who are not present here, everyone gets to know about the initiative, because the most special thing that has happened as we did the second SEZ Conclave is that after the formation of the Mega CFC in July 2024, and we started the whole operation, it was always the dream of the SEZ committee and the GJAPC team that we must invite everyone to this particular building, and all our events, all our occasions should be hosted here, because this Mega CFC Bharat Ratnam is a pride for not only Andheri SEEPS but for the whole country, for showing the way. And I think that, as Sir Mr. Malik was saying, that now Noida is taking initiatives of developing, and what he spoke from the heart. the whole day we've been trying to learn, trying to ensure that how can we develop our business and grow our exports. But sir, along with his experience, he has said and given his encouragement that the effort and the initiative that all of us exporters are taking, not only exporters, as entrepreneurs we are taking to drive the economy of the country and to make sure that we can fulfill our Honorable Prime Minister's dream of taking our economy to a $30 trillion economy, which is very much possible. In the current global uncertainties, we know that things might not look very, sure and very certain. But we must have that conviction in ourselves that this is just a temporary phase. I think in the growth story of India and our country shall continue to remain strong. This is just a temporary phase and we will overcome it very, very, very soon. On behalf of GJPC, along with Mr. Malik, and thanking him for his presence and being with us for the whole event, I would also like to thank our chief guest, Mr. P. Balagan, for his encouraging words. I think as we began the conclave, his vision and his encouraging words was really setting the context very much in place. Our chairman, Mr. Shri Kirit Bhansali, our vice chairman, Shri Shaunak Parekh, I think their presence here as the new chairman and vice chairman for the council was encouraging. SEZ is always very special in everyone's heart, and I think that we will ensure that the inputs, the policies, whatever has been kind of studied and shared with all of you, we will work towards fulfilling all the gaps and making sure that the government and the private bodies can work together. My sincere thanks to the organizers, the SEZ committee members, the GJPC team, Mr. Menon for providing with such wonderful speakers, and let us set a benchmark that every year we can have better and better speakers. And like Colin Bhai, our ED sir, Adil Bhai, we all dream that one day this will become like a Santa Fe. Neville Bhai is not there, but somewhere where everyone will come here to learn more and more. And I think that this learning platform should continue and be better and better. So thank you, Colin Bhai. And may all of you continue this legacy and have great, great future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sen. With that, the gentleman managed to just thank everybody so very beautifully. So thank you so much, sir. We wish you all the very best to everyone who joined us. That brings us to the end of this lovely evening. Thank you.